Want to chase Matthew Van Der Poel? Let's go. 1 minute, he's racing the world on hot tarmac. Next, he's crushing intervals on a crossbike. Blink, and he's shredding the trails, tearing it up like there's no tomorrow. Matthew moves fast. You might...
I mean, I got pretty good sustained power, but this is going to be like 1 and 2 minute power, and I'm not going to kid myself thinking I got, 800 watts for a minute. So this is going to be a fun experience, probably a very painful experience, but it'll be cool to see how it goes.
8 kilometers, 3 brutal climbs each lap. It is a course based on the Richmond World Circuit. It's a cobbled classic containing some of the finest riders in the world, including Mathieu Van Der Poel from Alpecin Phoenix, and pretty much the whole flotilla of his teammates as well. He's got the Belgian champion Tim Merlier with him. He's got Alexander Richardson, Scott Thwaite, Sasha Modelo of Italy, Zwift community, including a rather cool Zwift All-Stars team, which includes amongst their number Maurizio Fondres, the famous Italian, the iconic rider who of course pulled on the rainbow bands way back in 1988. So we have a former world road champion here as well. And a cheeky little addition to the Zwift All-Star teams is Connor Dunn and Simon Richardson, who'll be in their GCN kit as well. It's almost racing for 2 teams as well as the All-Stars. Now, a race on Zwift wouldn't be a real race on Zwift without some of the finest teams on the Zwift community, or in the Zwift community. We have the Swedish racing team, including Alexander Rettel and Sam Radland, a prolific winner on Zwift. We have the Kalas Esports racing team from Norway, including the Norwegian Zwift champion Vidar Mel. We have Canyon ZCC with the Belgian Lano Vujasan, again one of the most aggressive of this Zwift. Ironman are there as well with the Canadian Zwift champion Warren Muir. We have the KISS racing team, one of the teams that has been the longest serving in the Zwift community, racing on this platform. And then Bolt race team are there as well, with Hewell Davis, the former British cross-training champion. So the race consists of 3 laps of the Richmond circuit. It's called the hilly route. If you have been riding on Zwift before, you will know the Richmond circuit. Now, this is a truncated version. It takes out most of the flat elements of the circuit, but we do include the 2 or the 3 nasty climbs, so not much opportunity to rest on this circuit at all. We got Libby's Hill, the cobble climb. We then got the short climb of 23rd Street, of course, where Peter Sagan back in 2015 made his winning move to become world champion. And then we have a nasty climb to the finish line of Governors as well, which is not a cobble climb, but it's about 1.5 kilometers. A grueling effort, not many opportunities at all to recover on this course. So I think it's going to be a very, very attritional race indeed, and it will be exceptionally interesting to see how the Alpecin Phoenix team equip themselves on Zwift. They're clearly exceptionally strong, but what will they do in relation to tactics, in relation to the gamification of Zwift? Of course, we have the power-ups, which we'll go through a little bit later on, which could prove to be absolutely pivotal, and of course the expertise that all of the community teams have. Now, alongside me for the entire race today, I'm very, very lucky to have with me a former professional rider, a Eurosport presenter as well as working for Alpecin, knows Alpecin Phoenix like the back of his hand. It is Georg Ludwig. Georg, thank you very much for joining me. This is going to be amazing. It's going to be tough. I'm certainly glad, Georg, that I'm sat down rather than riding. But what are your thoughts on what should be a spectacular race?
Yeah, Matt, hi everybody. And I don't know if you are lucky, but at least you have somebody who's also called with his nickname Analog Loader. So I'm only used to the Zwift world since 72 hours. And yes, I'm very excited about it as well. You and we all know those guys push crazy watts and watt per kilogram ratios, but as we also know, this digital world has different approaches and skills needed. You have to be really, let's say, tactical, and you have to be really improved to the Zwift world, to the digital world, how to use your power, how to use these so-called power-ups. And I'm really, really curious how guys like Van der Poel, Merlier and Svarangi will be. It has been so difficult to keep up. It has been so difficult to use the tailwind, to use the different tools, and to what is needed. When do you have to accelerate? When do you have to stop accelerating? So yeah, I'm really curious. I'm really happy we have this new touch point, and I guess it will be a very important one. I don't remember exactly the autumn, but Winston Churchill once said, never waste a proper crisis. So we will also get something new out of this, let's call it Corona shit.
Indeed. Well, this platform has given many people, I think that's the key to riding on Zwift. And obviously we are riding through we are all of us in difficult times at the moment. As we look at one of the Phoenix riders just outside, that's a novel approach, isn't it? Because it's a lovely sunny day here. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're enjoying. It's a lovely sunny day. A good idea. He's going to have 100% ventilation there.
Yeah, it's a good idea to do it outdoor, to combine the best of two worlds. And I did the same yesterday, because in my Alpecin hobby team we have guys from countries which have a proper lockdown, so they are not even able. They are not allowed to ride outside. So I put my trainer outside in the Wi-Fi as well, and I did a solidary ride as well. So some sun, some wind, but still not really analog on the road.
Indeed. Well, we're just coming up towards the back end of this circuit. I'm not too sure, Georg, if you've had an opportunity to ride on the circuit. These are the lower slopes of Libby's Hill. Now, Van der Poel is just toward the back of the group here. It is Helbig on the front, 8.1 watts a kilogram. They're hitting the cobbles for the first time. This is around a minute and 10 or minute and 20 seconds, depending on how they punch up this climb. Lots of ride-ons going down there. Now, a ride-on, when you see these thumbs just floating above the heads of these avatars, these are riders who are on Zwift, who within the community can actually log on and actually choose a rider and give them a bit of a ride on. It's almost like a like on Facebook or a like on Instagram, but in the virtual world. Now the first rider is Vang from the Callas e-racing team. A few riders using different power-ups over the top there. Now at the early point of this race, as we just head over the top, there's been a couple of splits in the peloton there. The bunch really lined out as Dries de Bont now goes to the front. This is a big attack here, Jorga. We'll talk about the power-ups in a minute, but a big attack here by Dries de Bont. Very good rider from Belgium.
Yeah, he is. He also won already one big road race this year. We've been lucky with the situation. With Alpecin Phoenix just launched in early January, we already have 23 victories, 2 world champion titles, and 1 on the road has been checked out by this guy, by Dries de Bond. He's the breakaway guy, but he's not only the breakaway guy. He mentioned it. We saw him winning already this year in France, and Dries de Bond is a very strong guy. I told him at the team presentation, hey, don't waste your energy too early, and then his response was the stage win in France at the Etoile de Bessèges. So he couldn't give a better answer to me like this.
Fantastic. Well, the thing is, he's certainly gone early. And now we're on the second climb here. This is the climb of 23rd Street. This is a short. It's only about 300 or 400 meters long. It's straight as an arrow. Van der Poel, you can look at the power now. He's just dropping it back a little bit. Lionel Vuillersan of the Canyon race team just moves over the top there, but there's a few cracks starting to appear. Dries de Bond, you can just see crossing the line there. Van der Poel towards the back of this group. He's actually lost a fair bit of time here, Van der Poel. He's actually just dropped towards the back here, still pushing out over 400 watts. But he's going to have to make a fair bit of an effort to get back in contact, and several of the riders from Alpecin Phoenix are now at the back. But I think it is worth mentioning, Jörg, that riding on Zwift is one thing. Racing on Zwift, even if you're a very accomplished athlete out on the road, is a completely different matter. This is all about experience, having fun, and in these very difficult times, you're engaging with the fans and actually getting out there for the sponsors as well.
Yeah, exactly. I had a really hard time my first ride. I immediately mentioned a pretty good Group A, and I never saw the initial start, the beginning of the group, because I started easy, 350 watts with 80 kilogram, and I said to myself, yeah, let's move easy like on the road. But this is totally different on Zwift. You have to really push with 400, 500, 600 watts the first seconds, and a gap in the Zwift world is slightly more difficult to close than on the analog road racing. And the issue is also, how can the Alpecin riders find themselves to help Van der Poel to close the gap? Because it's a bit more difficult. You need to know about the skills inside this game.
You do. It's very, very nuanced, as we just look at for a few moments at Lionel Sanders. Of course, an exceptional, bit of a legend within the world of triathlon. We've got riders who've previously done different sports, but Lionel Sanders just pushing 519 watts. A very, very interesting character indeed. A few years ago, had a very, very difficult time in his life. Was suffering from addiction problems over in the United States where he lives, but is refocused, trains almost exclusively indoors, loves riding on Zwift. Only discovered Zwift a few years ago, but now rides almost exclusively indoors. He runs on the treadmill indoors as well. Used to be a good duathlon rider until he got a swimming pool installed in his house, and swims indoors as well, Jörg, but can push out some real power. And he's a rider that you wouldn't expect a course like this to suit necessarily a triathlete. Hope I'm not speaking out of turn, because it's such a staccato style of course. But clearly, at the moment, Sanders looking very comfortable in the pack, as we see a few riders now struggling off the back.
Exactly. He knows how to handle it. He's really properly set up in this Zwift world, and even with his skills more like a time trialing specialist, he will handle it because he knows how to behave. He knows how to use the right tools in the right moment, and he will save a lot of energy, as well as one of the all-stars, Maurizio Fondriest, former world champion from Belgium, from Italy, in Belgium, in Ronze 1988 he won, and I'm happy he, as our hero testimonial from Alpecin in Italy, is also joining. Yes, he's above 50 years old, but he still is really, really fit, and I'm really curious how he will be able to manage this, and how much watt ratio he can put out.
Indeed. Well, it will be interesting. I'm not too sure if he's still in the pack there, but several riders are there from Alpecin Phoenix. They filled in almost a full team, and an amazing lineup. But this group has been reduced. Still looking at the Canadian maple leaf of Sanders in the group. There's Scott Thwaites has now moved to the front. A very, very classy rider indeed. Loves the cobbles. Has performed well in the past on the cobbles. Spent a couple of years, of course, at World Tour level, back in the UK, and is now, of course, well ensconced as part of the Alpecin Phoenix team. But on this flatter section, before we start hitting the climbs again, for any of you who are new to this, are wondering what on earth this is all about, especially when you see these virtual thumbs, you can see that little burrito. The riding on Zwift and racing on Zwift, of course, is about physiology. It's about being strong. You need to be very, very fit, but it's also, it sets itself apart from the road sport because of the gamification part of it. This is a game as well as a fitness platform, and as well as a community platform to ride with riders and friends from all over the world. The gamification side of it is crucial. As Jörg was talking to a few moments ago, as we see the bunch just rounding the corner, there are some nuanced differences. The application of power is slightly different, as we see my little avatar on the left-hand side there, in my orange Zwift top. Now, the application of power is a little bit different, should I say. When you're riding in a pack or on the wheel of another rider within Zwift, you do get the benefit of a draft, as you would in the real world. But if you get dropped from a group, or if you get dropped off a rider's wheel, it does take a little bit longer to close the gap. So if you get dropped, you need to react immediately. And you need to know how to use your power-ups. Well, a power-up is basically an assist, a random assist that you will get, which will help you within the game. You get them every time you pass through a finish banner, either the King of the Mountains or the finish line. And the ultimate one that riders like to get is called the Aero power-up. You can just see a power-up being dropped there. That is a draft power-up. That is the icon of a van. That makes the benefit of drafting more beneficial for 30 seconds. The Aero power-up basically makes you more aerodynamic for 15 seconds. Then we have the Burrito, which makes you undraftable for 10 seconds. Then we have the invisibility one. That is basically the little ghost or Pac-Man icon that you get. And that makes you completely invisible for 10 seconds as the riders just plummet down towards the back side of the circuit. And finally, the one that riders want if there's a hilltop finish on Zwift, or if you want to attack on a climb, is the feather power-up. That increases your power to weight ratio, but because it drops your weight in the game by 9 kilograms for 15 seconds, so a real benefit on the climbs. And you randomly get these power-ups, but the key is when to use them in the game, either when you're attacking, when you're breaking away, or crucially, we see most get dropped in the finish.
Yeah, Matt, and I think this is very cool. This is something I would have loved, and I, to be honest, really did 1 week ago, and now I got the experience. I really felt how it works, and it's cool. It will have more clients, more younger people involved into the cycling world, because you combine the cool things out of gaming within the sports world. I think, to be honest, this, without knowing the esport world too much, but this is a very cool thing, combining both worlds, because you still have this physical approach inside the gaming world. So big thumbs up to all guys involved into Zwift who have created this awesome platform.
I'm willing to give it a shot.
I live in the middle of nowhere with 7 months of shit weather, and I'm stupid. I only got used to it in the last week, and yeah, I have lost many opportunities.
Indeed. Well, it's I know so many riders, of course, in these difficult times are on the platform, but it is a good training tool as well. You can ride in the various different worlds on Zwift, so if you do want to try Zwift, you can actually ride in different worlds. We're currently on the Richmond circuit. This was a circuit based on the Richmond World Championship circuit a few years ago. You can ride, of course, in Watopia, which is Zwift's own world. You can ride over in Yorkshire as well. You can ride in Austria from the World Championship circuit just a few years ago, and of course you can race in New York as well. And now you can choose between 3 worlds in any one day, as we again look at the stats of Viveka. Now, just to explain what you're going to see on the screen now, again, for many of you who've just joined us and are looking at this and wondering what it is all about. We talked about the gamification side of it. You can see the avatars jostling for position. Riders, as we head towards this climb again, this is the second descent of Libby's Hill. They want to be in a good position up here, because once the elastic starts to stretch out, it is more difficult to move up. But on the right-hand side, you can see the positions of the riders. You can see the time gaps between the riders. They're clearly all bunched together at the moment. And you can just see the little lightning bolt and a figure with watts per kilo. That is basically how many watts per kilogram. It's a measure of power each rider is putting out. And obviously we have many races on Zwift. There are national championships on Zwift now, so there is governance as well, which is really worth talking about. The riders have to input their weight, which of course massively affects their performance on Zwift.
So, doing the official weigh-in. I think it's fair to do it before dinner, after lunch, after breakfast, but before dinner. I'm racing guys who are racing in the morning, so If I did it after dinner, I'd probably weigh like 2 pounds more. But anyways, here's the official weigh-in. $161.6. And for good measure, we better take it twice. $161.6.
What's going on in here?
So it's nearly 9 p.m. on Friday, and we're doing a course preview. It's the course, I believe, is called the Richmond Cobbles, something like that. It's about a 9K course with 120 meters or so of climbing, and I didn't think that that would be advantageous for me in any way, shape, or form, because there's not much climbing. But the upside here is that all the climbing comes in about the final 3K or so. So I've done my research, and Matthew van der Poel is known as being a phenomenal climber of short, punchy climbs, and that appears to be what this course is. So, not going to kid myself that I can put out this huge power, but the one upside for me is that it is a lot of climbing quickly, and so my strategy, I think it has to be, it's 3 laps. My strategy has to be weather the storm for the first 2 laps and stay in contention, don't get dropped, and then on lap 3, weather the storm through the first 2 sets of climbs, and then it's actually an uphill finish. And so if I can weather the storm till then it's about 2 minutes to the finish uphill. If you can make it there, then if I can still put out maybe 600 watts for the 2 minutes, maybe, just maybe, I can be in contention. So that's the plan. Do a course recon now. It is a pretty challenging course, actually, and I'd prefer it to go straight up the side of a mountain for the entire time, but this isn't that bad. We'll see.
Champion on Zwift as well. He's now the Belgian Vujasan who's gone on the attack. He knows this platform like the back of his hand and is stretching this group out, Jörg.
Wow, great attack, great use also of the power up, and now you can see the last 11.5 kilometers, how the real digital pros handle those skills and tools, and it will be a hard time for the pros now getting used to the Zwift world.
Indeed, well, Vujasan now has got himself in a super aero tuck. Once riders, I think it's 60 kilometers an hour they reach on a downhill section. If they
even 70.
Yes, 70. If they free, I think it's 60 there, but if he free wheels, he actually gets an extra aero boost. So using that little bit of a respite there, and then back on the power again, you can just see him picture there. A really, really lovely guy, but a tenacious rider as well. But he's only got a small lead. I think there maybe Jörg was just testing the ground, seeing how his legs were, maybe trying to get a breakaway started, but they're not having it. The bunch behind, bearing down, and it will be a few seconds before he's back in the group. But an interesting move there by the Belgian.
Yeah, really nice, and we remember from 2015 in the real world it worked out properly from Peter Sagan, and now we can compare the digital world to the real world. It's a really nice, awesome possibility. Really, 1 week ago I was not believing I could get into it that much, and now when I learned about the skills, the tools, the things you really have to keep in mind, how to save your power, how to use your power-ups, these nice little things, and how to save them for the final, I really became a big fan of this Zwift racing and this digital idea. And let's see how this touch point will develop due to the crisis.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's Vang on the front there. Just look at his picture there. He's got his headphones in, and many of these teams will actually be talking to each other. They're very, very well organized. It's not just music pumping through their ears. Generally, they'll have a team manager talking to them, talking through tactics, very much like you would in a road race out on the road, where you have the director sportif, the team manager, giving tactical instructions and also encouragement as well. But a great picture of Vang there, 365 watts. This is a big tempo being set. Ollie Jones still in that front group. Mail is there. Muir, Clark. Trying to see how many riders, of course, from Alpecin Phoenix are still in the front there. There are still a few, that is for sure. Can't see Mathieu van der Poel at the moment, but it is worth reiterating, I think, Jorg, that racing on Zwift compared to racing on the road, there are physical differences, but it's a completely different effort. The gamification side makes it something that takes quite a lot of time to get used to, and many of the top-end professionals who've come in and raced on Zwift have had a very, very hard time. It just takes a bit of time to really get used to the nuances, to the different tactical aspects. As we see our first invisibility power-up being used at the front, we can just see this rider here on the front. That's Sanders using the invisibility, but the others behind couldn't see them at all. Great to see.
Yeah, not expected, and I'm really happy.
Sorry, I've never had that power up before.
We already mentioned he's more the guy pushing 400 watts for 12 hours, and not the guy who might be able to get through all these hills, but he uses all the tools possible and has a great tactic, and nice to see him here. It's one of the most incredible beasts in the endurance sports world. You really have to check it out. The indoor guy, he was fed up with red lights, so he said to himself, I will control training. Whatever I do, one of the best triathletes on the planet, and really doing everything indoor, even swimming. And you can really see how much power he has. And this is also the good part of this world. First of all, you can't see how the guys look like. They always look the same. And they don't have to they don't have to handle their bikes. You know, Van der Poel, Sagan, Salvoldelli, those guys been crazily better than others. Nibali in the downhills. This doesn't count. This doesn't help you. It's about the power output and the watt to kilogram ratio.
It is, and we've got a little breakaway here. Sorry to cut across you a little, but we've got Louis Vervaeke of Alpecin Phoenix out in front with some. Well, I said the triathlete wouldn't like the horse very much, and boy, was I wrong. He's on the offensive with Donkle Berg from Callas as well. And one rider just trying to get across the move. Guidish from the DRF team, and now it's 8 seconds now back to the group out in front. So we've got Dra now joining the front of this group in front. Uses a little bit of a draft power up as well there to give himself double draft benefit at the back of the group set. Gives him a little bit of an opportunity to start. Vervaeke also using the draft benefit here. 11 seconds now through. We are into the final lap, so we have one more of the cobble climb of Libby's Hill, one more ascent of the cobble climb of 23rd Street, and then that nasty drag to the line. This is 11 seconds for these four riders now.
And you can see Luis is really pushing at 187 heartbeat. This is something close maximum. He can push, he can pull out, and you can see it's real racing. It's 40 minutes all out. So really nice to see this. Yeah, you can also see Louis Vervaeke. He knows about the skills, the boots, because we all know Mathieu van der Poel. With the Vels, he should be by far better than Luis, but he's used to the Zwift world, and he managed to stay in this group.
Yeah, well, it's this group out in front they're represented well. A couple of teams behind that won't be interested in chasing. Of course, the Canyon ZCC have got a rider in front. They won't chase. A draft, they're a very, very solid team indeed. They will not chase. It's going to be up to the others, but the gap is now coming down. We're now on the back of the circuit. It won't be long before we start climb of Libby's Hill. Berg, Sanders, Vervaeke now have a slender lead. They've only 3 seconds been driven along. I don't think they are now. This is a fantastic race we've had. Only about 25 riders left in them. 6.6 kilometers to go. We're into the final lap, but more significantly, we've got 3 very times to come before the line.
Okay.
Yeah, and we still have something.
How long until the big climb?
Gap is going to be closed soon, and we really start from 0 again.
Yeah, well, Sanders just at the back of this group. It is Goodish now. The rider happy to drive this group. It's got to 4 seconds, and this is, if they start playing cat and mouse a little bit here, this group could go away. I think there are so many similarities between the road as well as on Zwift, but of course the gamification, you have to measure your effort, the way you use the power-ups really do differentiate itself as well. It's a far shorter sort of effort, far more intense, but the gap has gone up. Viveka, the Belgian, from Alpecin Phoenix, drop front and then moving clear.
So you got that first climb, which is a good climb. It's about a minute punch. Then it flattens out. Okay? And so then you can't attack here. So for me, those guys' strategy is going to be trying to get rid of someone like me on that 1 minute big punch. And then they're gonna rest coming down this hill. Hopefully they're with a team, right? And then we come with about 2K to go. We come up and then it starts to go up again all the way to the finish. And so I just need to weather these storms of the huge punches, doing as little as I can, staying in contention. I might need to use a power up, because where my strength will come in is 3-4 minutes to go. Right after they're done attacking, right? Look at this, 12% grade. You know the attack is here. They're gonna do 800 watts for sure up this. And so then when we crest this top of this hill, I've been sucking wheel hard, doing as little as I can on the 3rd lap. And then I unleash an all-out effort for basically 3 minutes. That's the only way I can win. Because if we're all bunched up with 300 to go, I mean, at best, I can produce 1,000 watts, and these guys are going to produce 1,500 watts. And so, game over for me. I can't be side by side with these guys with 300 to go.
This must be such an interesting proposition, especially for Alpecin, for Canyon, and everybody involved in the Alpecin Phoenix team.
Yeah, indeed. It has been a really pressure as well, but also a pleasure to get this crazy new setup done. We are happy Alpecin is involved. You guys know, since 71 years into cycling, and after Giant Alpecin and Katusha Alpecin, we are now main sponsor with the Roodhooft brothers around and with Mathieu van der Poel. And it has been a crazy autumn and winter, but until 1st of January everything was set up, and yeah, hopefully this crisis will be gone soon.
Indeed, let's hope so. But meanwhile, it's that man again. Well, it's the curse of the commentator, isn't it, Jorg? I said he wouldn't like this course, but Sanders tearing up the cobbles of Libby's Hill. 8 watts a kilo. He's dropped for Veka and Goodish and Berg. He's gone out on his own, but there's some big gaps behind. He said if this rider gets clear on his own, he could take the win. This is an absolutely superb ride by the Canadian. He crests the top of the climb. Viveka is cresting the top in 2nd position, 5 seconds adrift, then Berg. But because of the way that the bunch is now, because it's split, because it's lined out, it's going to be very difficult for them to get organised. This is a dangerous move. 600 watts from Sanders now.
It is, and this is always the nice thing. Triathletes and cyclists, it's a different world, and sometimes triathletes love to kick cyclists' asses, and Lionel is really doing this at the moment.
Well, he is one of the most determined athletes on the planet, and then there's any sport. But Sanders again, taking a look at the situation now. It looks as if this has gone back a little bit. So we're looking at the feed. Well, this is early on. This is when Sanders did this power up. This is on the foot slopes of the climb. He literally, Jorg, rode the breakaway off his wheel. A good use of the aero power up, which is a power-up that the riders mostly use in sprints, but an absolutely sensational move there by Sanders, which has and he's gone, and look at this, look at the flair of the rider here. He doesn't need to, but he's used an invisibility power-up as he gets onto 23rd Street. Never seen anything like it. Do you know what, Jorg? He's enjoying this as well as clearly suffering, because this is going to be hard now.
Yeah, it's hard, but he loves it, he likes it, and he knows the tools and the skills. I guess he's one of the most skilled Zwift riders on the planet, and a bit surprisingly to everybody, but this has been a crazy move. He did the attack a little bit earlier than any road cyclist would have done it. Typical triathlete behavior, and really nicely done.
Well, this is an amazing move, still pushing 442 watts, just under 7 watts a kilogram. How long can he sustain this for? He now has only 2.2 kilometers to go, and it's Sam Brandland, of course, one of the finest riders out there on Zwift, who's now in second position. He's got Alexander Wetterall, a rider who's come over to Zwift from being a professional on the road, in second place. So 2 big engines, but Jorg, with 1.9 Ks to go, and only the false flat and then the nasty drag to the line, 25 seconds is a handsome lead for the Canadian. Will he pull it off? This is absolutely amazing stuff.
Yeah, he's great. He's a great rider. He did it in a proper way. And yeah, yes, it's very difficult to crash on Zwift, even for Lionel Sanders. He should be on the right track to get this crazy ride, beautiful attack, and yeah, a nice new visit into this new world, and a nice kick-ass of a triathlete towards the road riders.
Yeah, well, this is, again, a say curse of the... I wonder if he listened to me, sort of saying that he wouldn't like this course. I'd love to have a conversation with him about this one day, but to look at this, still pushing 7 watts a kilo. Brandland, Berg, Muir in the group behind. There's also Scott Waits in this group behind, one of the final surviving riders from Alpecin Phoenix. I can see a couple of Alpecin Phoenix riders in there, and they've done a superb ride here, mixing it with some of the specialists on Zwift. This is what this is all about, Jorg. It is a showcase event. They're taking it seriously, but most importantly, they're having a good laugh while suffering, but showing that these riders can really take it to some of these Zwift riders. But 870 meters to go for the Canadian. Can he hold on?
I guess he will, and it's hard here uphill, and I think the podium, second and third spot will now be evaluated. Lionel Sanders still in the front, great lead, and look at the pressure on the pedals, 8 watts per kip. He's suffering, but he's pushing like a beast.
Oh, this is such a difficult finish, though. If any of you have ridden on this circuit, this everybody talks about the 2 middle climbs. This, to me, is the hardest one because it goes on for a lot longer. Yeah, it's 6% drags. And then you've got the final left-hand bend. But you see several attacks. Hoyer now goes, Vang, Ollie Jones, Brandland as well. This is where the left-hand turn opens up into the finishing straight, and it's a slight drag before flattening to the line. 458 meters for Sanders. The gap is coming down. I think he's got enough to hold on, but he needs to keep pressing on. He cannot afford to to back off the pedals at all, but he is one of the most focused athletes on the planet. Ollie Jones is now accelerating, using a power-up. Jones is closing the gap. 9 seconds it is. 600, 700 watt. Brandland now goes as well. What can Sanders do? The finishes are within sight. Brandland, 7 seconds. Oh, this is a grandstand finish. Can Sanders win it? Brandland is closing for Sweden. Brandland closing the gap to 4 seconds, but it looks as if Sanders takes the win. Sanders, the triathlete from Canyon ZCC, takes the win. Shows a clean pair of wheels to some of the finest pros and some of the finest Zwift community riders in the world. It is the iconic Lionel Sanders who takes the win there. A solo rider. Well, I've not seen a ride like that on Zwift for a long, long time. That was an absolutely astonishing ride by the Canadian.
And I love it if these kind of underdogs, he's not a real underdog, but he's not that well known in the cyclists world. And people were laughing about him. Here we have the results. He's only training indoors, and now he has shown what it's good for.
Indeed. Well, there's the confirmation. Lionel Sanders takes the win just under 2 seconds in front of Sam Brandland. Then we have Lionel Villasan of Canyon ZCC. Ollie Jones, also of Canyon ZCC. Look at that. 3 riders, should I say, in the top 4. Then we have Wigforce West again for Canyon. Dempster, Mel Muir, and Alexander Wetterall rounding out the top 10. Well, all split as well. This circuit really did prove to be a difficult one, but most of the riders in the top 10, pretty much as you'd expect, are the riders from the Zwift community. But that was a superb race. Great to see the Alpecin Phoenix riders really sock it to these specialists as well.
Well, that couldn't have gone much better.
It's 3 a.m. and I am like, still feel like my body is shaking from, I'm assuming, lactate in my system. Yeah, I mean, that was like the coolest experience I think I've ever had riding a bike. So I was on the Canyon team, East team, all really great guys, all shared their knowledge freely. And so there were 7 of us, and we were on Discord, and so I had headphones in, and everyone was talking while we're racing, and the team leader is talking, telling us, you know, if a guy's attacking, he'll tell us what his heart rate is and stuff to see if he's on the rivet or if he's relaxed, all these things. It was just so cool. And so I was really anxious about the first climb. I knew it was make or break because I just know I don't have the huge power to be able, if a guy was putting over 10 watts per kilogram for a minute, I would get dropped. And fortunately, the race, it was like all the stars aligned for me for the whole race. The attacks on the 1 minute climb weren't super crazy. They weren't like almost sprinting. And so I was able to get up there holding like, I'm gonna say probably like, well, I can see actually on my on my computer here, my 1 minute power saw 590 I was able to get up, which for me obviously is very hard, but if it went to 700 I was going to get dropped, and I knew that, so it worked out really well. So I was able to stay with the bunch.
What's going on right now?
Right now I'm just looking at the preliminary start list for the Zwift Pro Tri bike race that's going to happen on Wednesday. Today is Monday.
Are you doing the race?
I'm certainly going to do the race, of course. Any opportunity I get to do races with my peers, I take. And right now, doesn't look like a ton of names have signed up yet. I don't know why. Like, I don't think anyone's really busy doing anything, so I don't know why every pro isn't signed up for the race. Maybe just a little bit of apprehension, I'm sure, about, the fact that this is the problem with a lot of e-racing is how do you keep it fair? And maybe a lot of guys are like, I never done that. I don't know how fair it's going to be, which is probably a good, position to have. But I know for these first couple of races, it's just going to kind of be for fun and to sort of test the idea. And then if it gets a good gathering and a good watch, then I think Zwift's going to put a little more into it, kind of like the esports bike races, which are heavily policed, actually, and are extremely fair. And so anyways, it's just a test, kind of a test concept right now to see what kind of interest there is for viewing professional triathletes race their bikes. And so this first race is on, I think it's called like Astoria 8 in New York, and it's Astoria Line 8, and it's a pretty easy course. There's 258 meters of gain across 23 kilometers of biking, so pretty flat. The odds that there's much of a break are quite low unless someone's like really falls asleep and is not paying attention and guys on the front push hard. Otherwise, this is actually kind of a really, really weird race to even think about for a bunch of triathletes to do, because the vast majority of guys, I guess it's 50-50. It's 50-50 short course and long course athletes, but both of them probably are considered to be, more endurance machines, not sprinting machines. And this race definitely seems like it's going to end in a sprint. And so anyways, actually, probably the top seed in this race, if it comes to a sprint finish, is probably someone you never heard of, because they probably aren't super well developed for long distance anyway, and probably have an ability to sprint, which all the training I've done over the years has definitely blunted my sprinting ability. And I would imagine it's blunted a lot of guys who at least do long distances sprinting ability. And so it'll be very interesting. So I actually am kind of excited to do a race that's like, against cyclists. I probably wouldn't even participate because it would be such a joke. My sprinting power is so horrible. Like, if I clear 1,000 watts, I'm doing good. And good sprinters on Zwift anyway will be like at 1,500 anyway, the good guys. And so, it wouldn't even be a contest. But against triathletes, I have no idea. And I'm actually kind of interested to see where I stand. So
good morning, everybody, and welcome to Zwift Live and our first week of the Z Pro Tri Series. This week, we are going to be down in New York City, but before we get to that, I'm Matt Lieto. I am an ex-hack pro triathlete. We have a less as ex-hack pro triathlete with us as well, runner extraordinaire and a employee of Zwift, Sean Jefferson. How's it going this morning, Sean?
It's great. It's bright and early, and looking forward to having these guys race. It's going to be should be really fun.
Now we're going to go on to the men's race. They're going to be completing that same course around Central Park twice. The athletes that are going to be running the show here today, you talk athletes that have experience on Zwift and a lot of time racing. Lionel Sanders, he won a race last week against some of the best athletes on the planet on Zwift, so he was able to do that. He's racing here. Tim Don, he's been on Zwift for a long time. He's a mentor of the ZA team as well. So he's going to be racing. Ben Canute, American, super strong cyclist. If I had to pick somebody, I'd pick him. I'm not going to pick him yet because I'm not there. We got to see the race develop a little bit, but Ben has the power. He has both that strength and the sharpness. Martin Van Riel, super, super talented athlete over short course and showing that he can do well in non-drafting as well. Sam Appleton from Australia, a super dominant 70.3 athlete. I'm curious to see, one of the things that makes Sam so great is he's just so slippery in aerodynamics and time trials. He is a punchy athlete, so we'll see how he does in a drafting format race. Nils Fromhold, one of the toughest and strongest guys on the circuit over Ironman distance and 70.3, also here today. But that start list, there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more athletes, super strong athletes out here. Once we get the race started, we'll get you a little bit more details on them. But Sean, as you talked about earlier, the power-ups available, same as that were available for the women's race. We have the Aero Helmet, makes you more aerodynamic. It's a great one to have into a finish or try to get a breakaway draft, increases draft effect. It's a great one before a sprint finish to be able to use, to be able to save some energy while everybody's working. The burrito does what you think it does, people. You eat that burrito, nobody wants to be around you. So that gives you 10 seconds where nobody can draft off of you. And then you have the feather, where you get super lightweight. So up some of these punchy climbs, you'll see athletes burning that feather to make sure they can stay in the group or maybe try to get a breakaway. And then one of the favorites is the invincibility. It looks like a little ghost. You press that.
I'll be interested to see if anyone tries to go
and nobody would know
right
you
now.
tried to make that move, or you could just disappear in the middle of the group and make others assume that you're going.
My heart rate's
There we
up
go. We
10
have Tim
beats
Don on
from
screen.
nerves.
We got his kids waving to us, just like everyone else right now with that work from home lifestyle. Same thing for our pro triathletes. So Tim Don's got his kids.
Oh man, I love racing.
Today we got the focus of Lionel
Love it.
Sanders.
Gives me fuel.
If we see a smile at a Lionel, we're getting a gift, because this guy's focused. The leader in the hair competition already. The race hasn't even started. Is Ben Canute. No surprise there. Ben's got. He's winning a couple divisions right now. The hair and whatever that headband situation is. That's to cool him down. But Ben always at the forefront of style in triathlon. Appreciate that so much, Ben. So there we go, and we're already out. We're doing it. Lionel Sanders. Look how big that group is, Sean. And I will say, in this group, if you're sitting past 40th, oh man, it's going to be a long ride, and well, it actually could be a short ride. You could be done here in a second, but the power that these guys are putting out in the first 5 minutes is often underestimated. I mean, before the start line, the start gun goes off. For those of you who haven't done Zwift races, these athletes will be at that 400, 450 watts to make sure they're moving at that effort when the race starts. Tell us a little bit about the dynamics of those first 5 minutes of a race like this, Sean.
Yeah, like we talked about in the first race, when you push power down in Zwift, it's not instant. It takes a couple seconds to register. So like you said in the start, you want to be at full power 3 to 4 seconds before the gun even fires in Zwift. So you come out of the gate with high power. You don't want to be at zero starting up. So these first 3 to 4 minutes are super intense. You want to make sure, like the guys that started in the back want to make sure in the top 1/3 of the race, you don't want to see any gaps opening up. If you get caught at the back behind 3 to 4 people and a gap opens up, there's really not much you can do. And at that point, if it does happen, you have to go so hard to try to catch up that you may blow your race up right then and there, just trying to close a couple of gaps to get into the top 1/3. So,
absolutely,
yeah, it's intense.
Yeah, there's tactics there as well for sure. These athletes also got up early this morning, depending where they were. I know in the U.S. it was a little bit early for some, but if you line up at that start gate 30 minutes before the gun goes off, you actually get yourself on the front row. So any athletes that their alarm didn't go off when they had planned, they might have started a little bit further back than they were hoping, and that makes that first 5 minutes even harder. But no surprise to see Sam Appleton and Lionel Sanders being a few of the athletes at the very front of this group, pushing the pace as we enter the first 5 minutes. Other athletes there, we got it looks like Curtis Feltner sitting in the top 10 as well. Chase is in there. Matt Hansen is in there as well. Matt Russell also in there. A bunch of super talented athletes in the front group. It looks like we actually have shed some of the starters already, but the effort, nobody's taking their foot off the accelerator quite yet as we see Matt Russell putting in some top watts to get back to the front of the race, as right now we have Matt Troutman.
I'm Jenny Campbell. I was a dragon on Dragon's Den. Look After My Bills gets you a great energy deal and switches you on.
Troutman in the front, Igor Amarelli, Italian former pro cyclist and Ironman athlete, having a great race here so far, as we see Ben Canute right in the middle of the field.
I'm just doing some course recon on the Astoria Line 8 course for tomorrow. And I mean, the course is pretty easy. There's a couple of 200, tops 300 meter little punches. So the only guys who are going to get dropped are people not paying attention, not appreciating the importance of being near the front. Otherwise, this race is going to be about who conserves energy best, and then who has, I'm thinking by triathlete standards, someone who can average for the final 200 to 300 meters, maybe just over 1,000 watts. That person will probably win. So I don't think there's too many guys looking at the start list who have that kind of power. Me being one of them. So it'll be fun to see kind of how it plays out and who's there at the end and who has the big boy power.
I would imagine the group is going to roll right back up to him, as they did.
Yeah, we've got a few. I did see some gaps through the middle there too, which you could see some guys get caught out in the back. This may kind of split the group into two. It looks like it is a much smaller group as of now. We can't see who's coming up from behind there, but Lionel just pushing the pace, doing it strategically, trying to make some gaps happen and try to hold on the front and keep the pace hot so the group in the back can't catch up.
Exactly, and I think sometimes you'll look at that and you'll see exactly kind of as I said, oh, are these guys going to try a break? There's no way they can hold it from here. But the intent of that break isn't to get away. It's to put enough pressure on the back of the group that it's split up, because this race, as we've said, is very tactical, right? So you have these power-ups, you have different, road racing tactics that you can use. If you get rid of some athletes that might, have more experience, if you can get rid of them early, they don't have any opportunity to beat you because they're going to be a minute behind. So right now you see Lionel Sanders, the other athlete that were on that breakaway, they shed that group down, and Lionel is not waiting around. He wants to make it even smaller. So right now you got a little group of four trying to push the pace to put some pressure on those athletes behind. But it did look like this group of 50 or 60 is already down to at least under 30. But we'll get that information here to you soon.
Yeah, and it's one of those other things to note. I recognize a couple of these ITU athletes that are in here. Some of them are currently up at altitude. Severe disadvantage in Zwift because you don't get the benefit. So I know they're working super hard. Some of them probably up at about 5,000-6,000 feet and just really, really suffering just to try to hang in here.
And you're giving them their excuses. I know I've been hearing that all week. Oh man, what are you guys gonna do for the athletes that live at altitude? Nothing, man. You're just gonna have to work harder. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. No,
just makes them stronger.
Totally. That is definitely a bit of a disadvantage, but that's part of the deal. They get an advantage when they go down to sea level. So we might be seeing athletes, once we're out of lockdown, traveling to sea level to race the next Z Pro Tri Series. But right now we got Jackson Laundrie, super talented Canadian athlete, successful over Olympic distance and 70.3 at the front, trying to stretch things out with Zapunk going through as well. He is an ex-cyclist. He's a new triathlete, a young triathlete that is doing the hard work at the front of this group. He's part of the reason we had that group separate with Lionel Sanders before. So if he doesn't burn all his matches early, I think we could see a possibility of Zapunki with a upset. But as I say that, it looks like two of these groups kind of merge back together. But look at those stats. of Ruben, Sean. He was up at 500 watts there casually at 100 RPMs, but not so casually, 170 beats per minute. Working hard.
Is this your notes?
Those are my notes. Not very extensive because there's not much happening on this course. 300-meter climb. Not very good for, you know, how I win a race is, you know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, very, very hard, big power. Guys start dropping. 300 meters is not, I'd say every guy on the start list can withstand, you know, 8 watts per kilogram or 9 watts even for 300 meters. So it'll all just depend on if one of the hitters is in a bad place at the back of the pack, miss the jump, separation created, guys push over the top, and the gap gets to 2 or 3 seconds, and then the draft is too big, and they're not able to catch back up. That's the only way guys are getting dropped on this course.
Haven't seen that name in a little bit in the short course racing. He has a great experience as a short course athlete, but also over the Ironman distance as well, as we see Reese Barclay in the middle of the group pushing a casual 340 watts, 154 beats per minute. So they definitely have settled in. I kid about the casual watts, but looking at his heart rate, you know, that could be high for an athlete like that. That's an Ironman athlete, but it's certainly he's not at the full limit right now. So they have settled in just a little bit as they see this small group, and maybe they're waiting for another power up to come around, or the next. I imagine they're waiting for the next steep climb for the next hard attack.
Yeah, the best place in Zwift to make attacks are on the climbs. So these short, punchy ones that are just kind of unrelenting. If you hit 2, 3, 4 of them pretty hard, I think you'll start shedding 2 to 3, 4 people per climb and just kind of whittle this group down. And it looks like Lionel's getting to the front, may do some of that right now. You can see his heart rate's at 132. He's still pretty well below where his max is, so he's definitely riding hard, but he's got a little bit more to go, bit more to push.
Absolutely, but here we go. This another one of those little punchy climbs, and we see Sheldon go to the front, Plappert as well, and we see Sanders. I imagine he's going to pull through on this and maybe do a similar move as he did earlier in the race, where he kind of, you know, take the pain from the climb and then try to get that momentum over in that descent and kind of try to stretch the group out there. We've got a few athletes in trouble in the back of the group as it gets stressed out, as Yelagines, you can correct my pronunciation there, Sean, but a talented ITU athlete moves himself to the front of the group.
Yeah, Yelagines had a really kind of a breakthrough year last year, getting podiums at a couple WTS races. I want to say he actually won one. I can't remember which one it was. He's in, I believe he's in Joel Filiol's group, which he's got male and female triathlete in the world right now, Katie DeFerris and Vincent Louis. So it's a really strong group of athletes, and it's good to see Yelagines on here racing Zwift today.
Yeah, and no surprise to see him at the front. And I think he's an athlete. You know, we're talking about the ITU athletes have a little bit more experience in the draft legal side of bike racing. So obviously, as we said, Zwift is its own beast. But I think you'll see Yele be pretty smart about how he spends his energy, as we saw an ITU athlete, Flora Duffy, do the same. We didn't really see a lot of moves from Flora during that race. We only really saw her when it mattered, which was the last couple meters before the finish line. So we'll probably see similar tactics from those ITU athletes, maybe letting or maybe even coaxing some of the Ironman or 70.3 athletes into pushing a little bit more of the pace to tire their own legs out. But right now we got Kershaw at the front of the group, Hogenhaag in second, Benson, Zapunk, as well as Sajiv and Sheldon. So a lot of athletes from the ITU side of things, and athletes maybe that we're not used to seeing in Ironman or longer distance races, or even the half distance, because we don't have a swim here today, right? It's just a bike race. So seeing athletes' names that maybe we're surprised to see, it's, maybe they're normally 3 minutes behind out of the water and you don't really see them because they're not showcasing. But one of the cool things that maybe we're surprised to see is we can see maybe they're normally 3 minutes behind out of the water and you don't really just see that bike strength. So they're not being shown some names that we aren't used to seeing dominate in front of athletes like those that we're used to, like a Lionel Sanders.
Yeah, and it's also interesting here. You see they just went through one of the sprint banners and picked up some power people who are using the featherweight at this point are probably hurt. That's one you definitely would think you'd want to save towards the end. And if you've got one now and you're using it, and you're not using it to either break away or surge up a hill, you're probably hurting a bit. A lot of these guys are smart using their draft power-ups now. They're going back to complete lap 1. So it is a good time to use those. They do last for 30 seconds. You get a little bit of rest here, and then you'll pick up another one in about another kilometer here when they complete lap 1. So the guys who have experience on Zwift and are familiar with how to use power-ups and when to use them are doing the right thing. But yeah, some of the ones who are using either the helmet or the featherweight now in the middle of the pack, I would suspect they're probably hurting right now, because those are definitely ones you want to save towards the end.
No, I think that's a great point, because it's a bit of a tell, right? If you see the athlete next to you using a featherweight when it's not that steep of a climb or not near the end of the race at all, you know that they're definitely struggling a little bit. And a lot of them are maybe playing a gamble. Hey, if I burn this one that isn't, the one that I really want for the finish, maybe when I go into this banner, I'll get the one that I actually want, right? So definitely some tactics. And again, it's one of those things that, this could be a first Zwift race for some of these pro triathletes. And, they're going to learn those things on this event. And then for the next installment of the Z Pro Tri Series, you're going to see them with a little more experience and maybe holding on to those power-ups a little bit longer, or maybe burning them earlier, but definitely having more tactics and forethought involved. But right now we see Jackson Landry and Lionel Sanders, the two Canadians, at the front of the group, pushing that pace, trying to get a little bit of a gap, probably not to break away, but more to put pressure on and not let these athletes settle in. When you look at, Sean, you look at the different types of athletes that we have, those longer course athlete like a Lionel Sanders, again, and kind of what I spoke to earlier in the women's race, is that in the end, it comes down to a lot of times a threshold contest. So if you can just beat everybody else's legs into submission, an athlete that doesn't have a great sprint has a decent shot still at winning the race, right?
Yeah, especially with an uphill drag to the finish. It's not going to be pure sprint power the last 50 meters. It's going to be a little bit longer attack to get to the finish. So you see guys like Martin Van Riel. I've never seen him at the front today. We know he's really strong on Zwift. He raced the Zwift cycling race last week. Some of the other French ITU athletes, Kronix, he's a really strong cyclist. He's been nowhere near the front, but he's sitting nicely in that pack. So I think guys like that, you got to watch out for them. While Lionel's continually just keeping the effort high, keeping the pace strong, and slowly shedding people off the back of this pack. But some of those ITU athletes that are sitting quietly in the middle that we've never seen much of, you got to watch out for them in a final sprint with 200 meters to go.
No, I think you're right. I think it's kind of what we saw in that women's race is that, bike racing and Zwift racing, it's not necessarily the strongest athlete. It's the athlete that has it at the very end. We saw Flora Duffy have it, but it can be the strongest athlete, right? So, but you have to play those tactics. So Lionel Sanders, just any opportunity that he sees where he can kind of sniff out other weakness in those athletes, he's going to put the effort in and try to break that field. As we see the groups kind of split a little bit, we do have looks like a little chase group of 5 or 10 athletes trying to get back up to the front. As Lionel Sanders sees that happen and he goes to the front, tries to put more effort down, but it does look like that chase group is just going to be catching back up. The downhill, if they all blob together, they should be able to bridge up back to that front group. And other athletes that we have here Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Sorry, I would suspect you'll see someone like Lionel try to make a little bit longer of a. I know when he raced last week, he took it from 4K out. So that race had a pretty like 2-minute hill in it. This one doesn't. So it'll be interesting to see if he comes up to a hill in the last like mile and a half, if he really puts the hammer down and tries to kind of finish it off with a long attack to get rid of some of these ITU guys.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't bet against him. I mean, I think a lot of times, certainly in that first 5 minutes of a Zwift race, it's just so painful. Like there's no, they're watching this feed. If they're unfortunate, they're listening to us call it, and but that's the only kind of distraction that they have. The rest is, obviously it's a contest of fitness, but it's also who can, as I say at times, eat the pain the best and absorb it. And there really is nobody better at absorbing pain and almost relishing pain as much as Lionel Sanders. So it's really hard to bet against him. But as we see things getting stretched out on this downhill, we see some athletes off the back. Those athletes are going to have a real hard time getting back to this group on the 6% descent, as the large group has so much more momentum on Zwift that if you let a second gap open, it's going to be really hard to get that back. But right now we see Yelly Greens in the middle of the group. Again, one of those athletes that is super talented over the ITU short course distance, and he's playing it smart here today, as it looks like this group separates a little bit. A name that I'm stoked to see in this front group is James Kunema. He's back at it. He's an athlete that has had so much success over long course racing. Just a super tough guy, and he's having a great race today. He's got a little bit of a break from the family. I believe he's got new twins. So he's certainly one that is looking for an escape with everybody at home. So this is a chance for him to kind of get out and stretch those legs a little bit. But James Kunema having a great race as well. Matt Troutman up in front as well. That athlete did a 180K ride on Zwift pretty recently. He wasn't able to get his race in down at Ironman South Africa, as every race on the planet has been shut down at this point. So he went out and did a long ride by himself, 4 hours 54 minutes at 112 miles with 8,000 feet of climbing. So good on Matt Troutman for doing that and getting back to be able to do this race here today. And Sean, tell us a little bit about some other athletes doing cool things on Zwift during this lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, we had a big one this past weekend with Frodeno doing an Ironman indoors from his house. That was awesome to see. We've also got quite a few of our the guys that race today, guys and girls that race today, who lead weekly either rides or runs on Zwift. Holly Lawrence leads a social ride on Mondays. We've got Lucy Charles and her husband Reese, who lead a track workout and group ride on Tuesdays. Gwen Jorgensen, not racing ITU or triathlon anymore, but she leads a group run on Zwift on Wednesdays. So ton of good stuff on Zwift to do during the week with a lot of these athletes that you see racing today.
Absolutely, and that's kind of one of the reasons we wanted to put this series on, is so many athletes want things to do and want to be able to inspire others to still be active and to be smart about it and to be safe about it. And we're fortunate enough to be able to provide a platform to do so. And I will say, Sean, to me, I think it's a little bit of a social thing as well, right? Like these athletes, one of my favorite things about triathlon when I was a racer was transition and catching up with people. And my coach used to, you have to give me a reminder to, like, 30 minutes before the race, just stop talking, because I was so excited to see those people that I had been around, right? So is there a little bit of feeling a bit of normalcy for these athletes to be able to race against each other?
Well, I think the majority of these athletes right now are doing all their training alone. So it is nice to get in a group, and Zwift has had massive amount of participants joining.
Need a professional website? I created one for our startup using Wix. Let me show you how I did it.
You start joining Shane now,
yeah.
or following Shane on Zwift.
Yeah, if you want to join in, this will be, got 6.1k, it's probably less than 15 minutes or so. So if you want to join us for the next two, the next one I'm going to try a group workout with meetups. It's an unsupported, unofficial, it's not a hack. It's, I guess it's a hack in the traditional word of the word hack, sense of the word hack. I just want to see if it works though. But it's just Von and I ticking off some boxes tonight. I'm on the new Stages bike.
I'm on the kicker bike.
No Wahoo headwinds, permanent fans. Yes, I have a Wahoo headwind right in front of me now. Yep. We also have some side wind. Side wind. Actually, both do have side winds.
I think I saw a request from Wahoo tonight that went out, and they had a setup with a headwind behind the rider.
That was a GCN rider. Yeah.
Yeah, and a screen behind them. So what was it, for lookbacks? That they
No, it was the GCN stream that they were streaming. Where are you, Vaughn? Come on, let's go. There's no keep together on this one.
I've got no juice.
You got no juice?
So no, it's fine. So when you start up the kicker bike for the first time,
right,
the kicker bike automatically locks the tilt and puts you in number 1 gear on the front and number 3. So I was just completely spinning out.
So Yvonne's schooling me on the tech. She rides that bike a lot. Any merchandise planned? Llama jersey. Von.
Yes.
Von's on the case for that.
I am.
I'm not creative enough to have
I'm doing some research on other llama jerseys.
I better slow down. The trainers, I'm on the Stages Smart Bike, the SB20. Von's on the kicker bike. And I've just taken off up the road. Here we go. Okay, we're on.
They've put a bit more detail into this world.
Richmond's had a revamp. You haven't been here since, have you?
No.
Okay.
I've ridden Richmond a lot.
What back wheel am I using? It's the one of the new Zips.
Pretty.
Something or others. Yeah, because I'm the meetup leader or the organizer, I have the golden crown on Von's screen.
See Toro ahead of me as the black jersey.
Merch store is a good idea, yeah. With the kit, I don't mind kit, but it just has to be affordable. I don't think any kit's affordable. And drop ship. I can't have anything shipped here to Australia and then shipped out to the rest of the world. It costs so much to send anything from Australia, it's nuts. I returned something no bigger than that the other day. Overseas, $36 to send. It's insane.
Or realistic.
Stages bike feels like a bike. Yep. I haven't done any erg mode testing yet though, all sim. But it's going fine. I did a live stream the other night, which was, how far was that? 56 Ks or something like that, I think it was. And didn't need to adjust anything. It was all good. Chris from Amsterdam. Welcome along. You can only do 1 route badge per ride. who's on max duty, it's going to be a flip a coin if he wakes. He should be okay. He had a big day today. Oh, here's something interesting. Because I'm a ride leader here, I get the circle on my phone to dish out multiple ride-ons, but I'm also dishing ride-ons out to people who aren't in my little group here.
Yeah, that's correct.
Interesting.
People in the world.
Did someone turn on a turbine? Oh, this is probably the cobble noise. Sorry, let me see if I can crank that down. Yeah. There we go. Sorry.
No one needs that much game noise.
No, I think Zwift really amp up the cobble noise. That should be down a little bit now. I don't have any feedback on what's coming through the stream. 4.2 Ks. So for the next one, we are in New York doing 6 train. 7.5 Ks to knock that one off. And then that was it. Thank you. Caleb, welcome along. And then we'll do the High Line, which is 11 Ks. And if you want to join me for the High Line, I'll create a meetup. If you're following me, if you're clipped in, that's going to be in about 45 minutes or so. Maybe half hour. I'll invite people here live now if you want to come and join with us for the last one. But this is called low-hanging fruit. As many wrap badges as we can.
Well, we're doing ones where we both haven't received them.
Yes,
yet.
yeah. So we went through, oh, this corner has completely changed.
Yeah.
Looks good, looks really good. Those trainer bikes seem to be quiet. They are, but we also have the RTX voice filter on. So we have our fans blasting, we have the trainers. They kind of were away. I've got to say the kicker bike is louder than the one I'm on. Can you hear the one I'm on?
No.
There we go.
Can you show them off screen?
And there we go. All right. I saw an elbow. I saw an elbow. There we go. Welcome back, Vaughn. Good evening, Abigail. Yes, you can program the Elgato module to give ride-ons. Oh, hang on. Anything you can do on a keyboard and mouse, you can program on the Elgato. So yes, I haven't done that specifically though. Graphics card on this PC is an NVIDIA RTX 2060. Oh, Vaughn's screen looks awesome. Full Vaughn, bang.
Check this out. We're looking hot tonight. That zip wheel, hypnotic.
Isn't it?
Bippity-doo-dah.
Would the graphics be better if you buy a 4K Apple TV rather than just taking Mac to TV to ride Zwift? Look, it depends where you're coming from. Sorry, I'll jump back on screen. Here I am. It depends where you're coming from. What machine you're switching or comparing to. Typically, Macs aren't really that great for gaming. Any pets? No, just Macs.
He's enough of
We have a Max pet.
little animal.
Okay, so we're almost finished this route, I think. If I schedule the next one, no, we've got 3 Ks.
Yeah.
We're still 10 minutes out.
Yeah, schedule the next one.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
I'll get phone focus. Watch
Show
me.
people.
I'll let Vaughn take care of the questions while I fumble through this. I'm going to try and start another meetup for our next route badge, which has to be scheduled in 10 minutes. Let me try this. It can only end horribly.
Why have we both ridden the same route so far and have different climbing positions? 12 meters. I don't know. I don't know why the vert is different. The vert shouldn't be
Will
different.
we be done in 8 minutes?
Yeah, why not?
Oh. Can we late join our own event?
Should do.
We ride at different times of the day. New York 6 train.
No, so the ride leader will see the whole list of Zwifters nearby. Same with anyone that's on the world.
Oops, need to be able to spell my wife's last name. If anybody wants in, quick, be very quick. I'm adding people right now. It's probably a bit too soon. Hang around for the next one. Hang around for the next one. And we want to keep together on this one because we're going to be loading a workout. Now we have to haul buttocks because we need to get there in a couple of minutes. 1.7 k's. So hopefully we don't need any lead-ins. Yeah?
We'll be fine. Yep.
Von, what was your FTP when racing?
Oh, 220, 230.
Bam! What else?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Can't remember. Depends how many donuts I was eating.
6 minutes. Okay. That's how to create a meet-up on the fly. Keep together. 6 train, New York.
Oh,
Vaughn and I.
You've been invited.
Don't go. Don't go.
Not now. How do I? Not
Don't
now.
touch. Don't touch. Don't touch.
Not now. I want to go not.
It's defaulting to not now.
No, it's not. It's going to accept.
Auto select not now in 8 seconds.
Yay.
Sorry, having a bit of a domestic here. Oh, you missed it. I was right.
I love it. Yeah, conveniently not shown on screen.
I'll look at doing an updated video or a more enhanced video on the streaming side of things soon. The more detailed I go, it sort of comes down the funnel of people who will view it. Which means not a lot of people will view it.
Ah, interesting. So your Zwift is new.
Yeah.
Previously, you were showing everyone.
Okay. So we're going to try a trick for the next meetup. We're both going to load a workout and keep together during a group workout. Yeah.
So I got 800 meters to this.
Where I don't even know where you are. I can't see you.
Behind you.
Okay, I can't.
Seconds behind.
You're on the wrong screen. Sorry, I just started hauling us because I wanted to get to the.
It's okay.
badge.
Do you want to do some research on what workout we should do?
I think we'll just randomly select one. Actually, we'll try the llama.
15 at work.
We'll try the llama lab. It doesn't really matter because we've got keep together on. Are you with me yet?
Okay.
Okay, can you go back to normal view mode for me, please?
Yep.
I don't have control of on screen. I'll have to sort that out.
Oh no.
There we go. Right,
There you
okay,
go.
cool. So now I know I'm way up the road. Sorry, I dropped you on that one. It works. Dwayne, we know it works. I just want to see it working. There's a few catches with it as well. RTX mode on Zwift will never happen. Zwift isn't known for its graphic prowess. It looks good in 4K, but I don't think it'll ever go to ray tracing or anything like that.
Would we ever do a tandem bike ride? The question I have is,
No.
who would steer?
Yeah, see, that's the problem. If we have enough trouble here, say, hey, if I want to ride with me, straight past. See? Go on.
Behind me.
Yeah.
We've got 100 meters to go.
That won't work on a tandem. If you're on Apple TV, you can join me, yes?
Here we go.
Power show. I'll be there. We're done.
Well,
No. Where is his route?
So where's the banner? Where's the next banner?
I'll get out of here. How long until our next event? We have to keep hauling us because we need to get the badge. What? Oh, this is suboptimal.
Not yet. Oh, I wouldn't have left.
God!
You've now missed the round bench.
Look at that, Jesus. So if Lon's going to get the badge, I'm going to sit here for 10 minutes doing absolutely nothing. Sorry, 2 minutes 35. So I've only got 2 minutes 35 to get the badge.
Alright.
It might magically appear.
Alright, you guys, help me in. Where's it in here? Where is it?
Who knows? Cycle further, yeah.
It's always under a banner. Where's the next banner? Where that green dot.
Epic com somewhere.
The green dot.
What was with that?
Alright, so I've got a TT, 2 minutes to get the next route badge.
Check my workout. I've just been worked over. What's with that? So,
Got a new Zwift.
does Von need to accept the invite? Have you accepted the invite? But then you did.
No, not yet.
You haven't accepted. Okay, so this is going to fail horribly.
Events. Meet up.
Just haul ass because you've got to get through that other banner possibly. Anybody know how this works? I'm new to Zwift, obviously. So it's 1 minute to go. 5 minutes to end and restart, get in the group ride. How cold in Ballarat? It's just heated up a little bit with my frustration there. We're pretty good though. It's getting down to 8 tomorrow. I think 8 degrees is the maximum. It's the sprint banner. Vaughn, you have... come on, and then you have to accept the route, and then we're good to go. Come on, you have...
I accepted it.
Come on. She won't make it, come on. The chat's against you, Vaughn. Come on. Come on, and then we have to load a workout. Come on, Vaughn, you can do it. You can do it. Let's do it.
You
get it twice. Okay.
Workout that we have to get.
Let's do it, Vaughn. Come on, come on, come on. You've got 48 seconds. Actually, turn it to a pretty cool. She's got it. She's got it. Okay, you go, Vaughn. I'm going to try and load a workout, so I go to E. We're doing the llama lad tests. I can skip through a bit of it. And I'm going to hit workout. Up, 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 up. Here we go. Let's go, Vaughn. Did you get the route badge? Yeah, she got it. And then she joins the event. Can you join the event in 21 seconds? Quick, quick, quick. How do you join the event? That was pretty cool. Don't worry about me. I didn't get it. Did you accept? And it's not going to throw you over there automatically.
How do I get out?
Pick the... So, where are we? We are...
I have to exit, aren't I, guys?
We're 1 from 3.
Because I missed the...
We're 1 from 3 tonight. This isn't going to plan, but we're having fun. Welcome along to the chat.
I can do this.
I got nothing else to do, so feel free to ask questions. Von's having all the fun here. What route are we doing today? Well, obviously I'm doing none, if you've just seen what's happened.
Do you even speak?
So, okay, you can... Okay, I've got a party of 1. Von, I'll have a party of 1. You just do the normal route, but you can't select the 10 yet because it's New York, which is not selectable today.
Check it out. I'm going to join your thing now.
You can't. It started.
It's okay, we can join mine.
No, it's a late join. Okay, we're going to be 1 from 4 in just a moment. Batter up.
Starting. Oh, it's gone.
There we go.
Can you reset this?
1 from 4. I can, but we need to reset it in 10 minutes' time. Let me get that done. Can I quit my own meetup? Well, all the other streams we've done have gone quite well. I hope you've enjoyed those. This is just a comedy act that wasn't meant to be funny. How did we first meet? Well, obviously not on Zwift because it doesn't put us together at all. I'm in New York, Von's in Richmond. We would have never met. University.
Hey, Slaney.
Hey, Slane. How you going?
Come and join us.
Hey, Slane, you want to join for a ride? Actually, it won't work anyway, don't worry. Okay, create meetup. Now we're going to... can I redo? I've quit my own.
We have the last meetup.
I'm still in it. That's funny. Okay, so we are... I'm just going to finish this in about 3 billion years. Okay, let me stop. Von, do you want to take care of the questions? Thank you.
All right. Okay. Yeah, we've had a bit of fun trying to set up a meetup and trying...
We were pushing fine lines anyway, but, I mean, fine lines should have at least been able to invite Von to the ride and us to These bikes are really quiet when you're not riding them.
Have you ever encountered a Strava glitch where someone you added to your activity has more distance and time than you listed? No.
I don't even know what to click on now. What do we got? We're going to New York 6 frame. New York 6
When I enter a
frame.
group ride event, I lose the ability to give multiple ride-ons.
May the 5th?
That's right.
May the 5th? You want to join a ride on May the 5th?
9 PM will do.
Anyone want to join? Let me know. Be quick.
Can you save it?
No.
At least add me, and then I can join and accept and move worlds.
So I'm going to join my own as well, but I'm on the course already. It's going to set me back.
Not necessarily. Hit save.
Fine.
Hit create. Turn the bottom.
Today, 9 PM, so I've got 7 minutes here of answering questions. Thanks for hanging around with questions.
Yeah.
We'll get rolling soon.
Okay.
Everyone together, yes. Great meetup, right.
Okay. Is that on screen while you're doing that?
Skrillex in the background. Is it? Really? It shouldn't be. If it is, I'm in big trouble.
Here we go.
No, it's Base Rebels of some type.
You're joined.
Okay, I can join my own meetup. Does it then... okay, so let's go with mine. Does any... Grouping enabled, you'll stick together. The question is, can I add anybody else to that?
Yep. Should do.
Are
Anyone else want to join?
Can you get to the start line just to see if it's going to work on this? It's hard. I don't trust it.
Just
Oh, look at the motor in the back wheel.
secretly.
There's a motor.
So this, yeah, over there. Fantastic. We're supposed to be in Yorkshire. Have a good.
You've accepted the...
Yep.
And it's not... Wow, then. MACC, let's have a go. Oliver, it's you and me, mate. Von's machine is having kittens. Whoa, you party animal. You've reached a daily limit of 3 meetups. Create more tomorrow. We are 1 from 6 things working tonight. If you want to see what...
Joining. We still got time, peeps.
Party animal. I've done like 3 kilometers tonight. This is... We did try to push it. Pretty close with all these, but it just hasn't worked. Oliver, sorry, mate. I'll try and add you here if it's going to let me edit.
Starting.
MACC. So young. If I type in young, MACC. Hey, boom, 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 boom.
We'll get it right.
Do I need to say anybody else? Anybody else? Quick, come on down. Oliver's joining us.
Awesome.
Off to the Alp then. I tell you what, it'd be less painful than this.
Neil, you're into pain. Sorry, Dane. This is beautiful.
Now, mate, I've added you, but I'm not sure it's properly so you can see you've been added there.
Yep.
There's no option to save changes though.
So, Michael, tonight Shane is running Bluetooth.
I don't know, mate. I have heard of RGT, yes. Discard meetup? No. Delete meetup? No. I don't have any. So there's this discard. Okay, we're waiting for 7. I can't save any of the changes for this meetup. I can't. My only other option is to delete meetup.
What did you try to change?
I added somebody whilst we're there. Okay.
Back.
Yeah, go back out. That's what it asked me to do. Do you want to discard the meetup? Cancel? No. How was your day, Vaughn? Good?
Good. I made a party lasagna tonight.
Party lasagna?
Yep.
Alright,
so chili in it.
Let's recoup something out of this because that is completely...
We need to select a workout.
We do. So let's go select a workout while we're here.
How
I'm going
do
to
you
forget
do
about
that?
the rest of this. Yeah, I've just closed the app. I've done that. I'm just going to forget about it all.
Can you hear it?
You need to go to menu. I can click on E to get to workout. I've got the Llama Lab test here. I hit workout. I'm done. So you go to menu. Don't go quit meetup because it's going to make 8 from 1. 1 from 8. You can't get to the menu, can you?
Guys,
typically when I have an idea, things come together quite well, and it just kind of works. And people are like, "Oh, you're a whiz at this."
You can see that.
Here's things falling apart, like that. One can't get to the menu button; it won't scroll down. Menu's grayed out as a non-option.
Yeah.
On your mobile app, you don't have any options to get to. Oh, there we go. How'd you get there? Workouts, quick, minute 48. Bam.
What?
I've got no idea.
What do you want? What are you doing?
Custom workout GP alarm. If you go up to custom, you can probably have it on that machine. Pushing Zwift to the limits. Whoa, you got a ton. You can really just select anything. It doesn't matter because we're keep together. And then you can push it all the way down too. Who arranges the parties in real life? Obviously not me, Neil.
I could do the GP on ultimate workout.
Sure. Yep. You got a minute.
The small issue is
just throw the remote as far as you can down the hallway, and it will select a workout. Just click on something.
Yeah.
There. G'day, Margaret. Margaret.
It's actually just not even letting us.
Do you want me to try? There we go. You've only got 37 seconds. Don't hit end ride. Get back. Okay, we are there. So what we've successfully done after a million tries, we've done a keep together workout. Let's go here. We've got a keep together workout. Sorry, keep together meetup. Let me reset everything here. And we've both loaded a custom workout. It should start as soon as the clock ticks down, and then we go. So,
yeah.
Once this works and all going to plan, and you're not using an Apple TV, everyone can do the same workout together. So it's good for group workouts. Oh, we're on, are we? That was exciting. Here we go. Cool. So we should not be able to split apart for this. Right. Sprint day for everyone, is it?
I've got it.
Okay, we are rolling. Thanks for living through that with us.
See, this is real.
That's painful.
It's live.
That's painful. You watch my Swift tip will not mean. Yes, I have tried RGT cycling. Yes, I have used it.
I haven't.
God, you're having trouble with this. Just no. Anyway, let's roll. Let's roll. Hello from Spain. Julio, how you doing?
Hey, Spain.
Oliver, the reason why that didn't work, we were pushing the limits just a little bit there by trying to modify a meetup that I'd already started when I was already on the start line of. Probably not a good idea for that one. Magnus, what do I think about RGT cycling? Just quickly, because we're on Zwift here at the moment. I'm not sure their move to two apps, like the screen app and the mobile app, is a good idea for right now. I get what they're trying to do with that. Very, very confusing for people who are used to traditional apps. So what happens when you load the screen on Windows, Mac or anything, you can't do anything with the screen, you have to have the mobile app loaded. 5 years time, that might be where things are heading. For now though, a little bit, it's a hurdle. What's up?
This is funny. Are you going to do the complete workout?
No, we're
going to do 15 minutes.
Well, we've got the route, so we're doing the 6 train route. So according to what just happened then, we rode the route.
So we will have some success out of this, regardless.
I'm not rescheduling. Oh, well, I can't. I'm done for rescheduling.
So it'll be me that would need to create the next meetup.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let us know in chat if you'd like us to create the meetup and have more arguments about software. Right.
That's what I was getting at. How long is this route?
7.5 Ks.
Yeah.
Official. But we know nothing's ever official. It's always unofficial. And you've got one extra route badge than me.
You might have to do extras tonight. But you can't. Because it's on the...
What's the TSS to stress? Alright, I'm just going to get into some erg stuff here.
It's good. So I'm on a warm for 10 minutes as part of this Day 3 Margaret HR workout.
Alright.
So I can just tick along here, have a nice pace for 10 minutes. So it ends up taking up the 6K route. That'd be beautiful. We'll have a look, see how it goes.
You did hear Vaughn saying I have to do extra. Max is sleeping. That's why we're here late at night. Okay, so this is working well.
Yeah.
This will work for group wise. I've known about this for a while. I haven't tried it myself. I really want to try something before I talk about it.
Rather than try it live.
We were pushing limits there.
I'm sorry, I like to laugh at misfortune. Keep it light. Keep it fun.
All of the Yorkshire routes in one mad Saturday afternoon session. Nice one. This works alright. I'm into this. So, the idea of this though, if your club or coaching group want to do the same workout together, that's how you do it. You create a meetup, make sure that works, select the workout and away you go. It'll work with custom workouts too, if your coach or whoever
I shared them out, yeah.
Yeah, share that in your file. It'll go to your custom workouts. Everybody can select that. It's probably best off joining 10 minutes before so everyone has the right workout selected.
Yeah.
And as long as keep together mode is on, everybody can do their own workout at their own zones.
Yeah, so you're doing like 194, 200 watts, and I'm doing like 100, 130.
But because you're pedaling and we've got keep together on, yeah,
That's
it sticks together. Success! We're 2 from 8. We'll never fix that ratio tonight though.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That's really good.
The twins have already broken twice during this stream. Oh, Ben, mate. Oh. Do they wake each other up? That would be the hardest. Because once Max is down, it's only his own head that he bangs and wakes himself up.
Thingy.
Stages bike is going well. Part 2, I've been informed they're a little way off, by a little way, not quite this week, for the gearing and the config. I may be getting early access with the beta stuff so I can get my head around how it all works. But for now, it's locked to a 52, 36 and a 30 on the back, I believe. They're coming soon. I was surprised it wasn't ready too. I thought it was all good to go. I was planning on doing 3 videos in 3 days. But it is what it is. Bike is going well though. This feature's working well. We are stuck together.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm spinning away.
I'm guessing I can't create a meetup.
Why not?
Using the app. What can I do it while I'm using it?
Yeah, you sure can. You've got them all.
Yep.
But we don't know how long this is going to take us. We've still got 4.6 k's plus an additional mystery distance at the end.
Yeah, but I reckon we can set it for, say, 20 minutes in the future.
Yeah, but then we don't want to be sitting there for too long. You're cool.
I'll start drafting it.
Alright. What we need though is...
Yeah, tell me which one.
New York Highline.
New York.
And Oliver wants to come along.
Hi. You gotta follow me, man.
Von's the meetup creator for this one.
My line.
We'll just be doing a standard ride, no keep together, no workout for this one. The next one, sorry. Thoughts on RTX voice? Yeah, works really well. We're using it now. I've tamed it back to about 65%. And I'm using a different microphone than I normally do because there's 2 of us here in the room. But I was using it the other night just by myself. It is brilliant. A total game changer for noise cancellation. Or noise suppression, background noise suppression. Hope you guys are well. Who's the better rider? That's the fastest way to make things not well here. If we answer that one. Veloton, Steve, I'll keep an eye on it. We'll see how it looks. I haven't seen anything public on them though. There's been a few streams and things, but no public beta that I know of. Okay, Tour for All. I'm a little confused about the messaging around Tour for All. I did post up on the Zwift forum. We don't know the routes, the distance. We don't know what we have to do for Tour for All. Massive announcement, but no detail. So I don't know what it is, so I'm sorry. It's not like the Oat Route. We knew what was coming. Tour of Watopia. We knew what was coming.
Question, do you want to keep together on the final one?
No. Von's adding people.
Yep.
Okay.
You've got to follow me. If you
Throw
want.
in chat if you're following Von. Just search for Micic, M-I-C-I-C-H. Her name's on screen.
Yep.
And let us know in chat.
Yep. It's only 11.5 kilometers.
Not now. And at what time?
I set it for 9:30, so 20 minutes.
Okay, cool. So we can keep riding this until 5 minutes to go. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Tour for All on Zwift, there's no detail. So, Lewis, if it was something like the Oat Route, which was brilliant, I did a video on that with Hey, come along. And the Tour of Watopia, which was double XP, that was cool. Tour for All, we just don't know. I don't know. There was a follow-up announcement. Okay. Ali Mac, we are all good. We're all good now. It wasn't early on when things weren't working for us.
My understanding is that the riders themselves don't have to donate money.
Add Oliver. If you just search for Young MACC.
Yep. Yeah, that Zwift will
Hello, Canberra.
donate based on how many people do.
Stage 3's in you. But we still don't know the distance. If it's, I mean, you don't want to commit to doing the Uber pretzel.
No one wants to.
Well, the last stage is going to be the volcano circuit, just once. We better know.
D Hunter, right? Yep. As long as you're following me, mate, I can add you in.
Von's taking care of that. We're going to punch up to 250 watts. Bike feels nice and smooth. Power reporting's jumping a little bit.
Darren, is that you?
First name will be shortened.
No, can't see him in the list. Got an Aaron Hunter and a Darren Hunter.
250 is do it.
Why are our maps different?
I'm on PC, so I can click and change my map. They'll be similar now.
Yeah.
I have more detail on mine. I'm on Windows 10 4K.
But DJ Hunter, you're not following me at the moment, so...
Or it might have to refresh to add people. You have to come out of it and go back in.
Nope.
Ash, welcome along.
Try again.
Okay. Nice and smooth. I'm on PC, Von's on Apple TV. Next one, Dave Lovett. Anybody can join as long as we can get people added.
Gotcha! I'm coming up with the search results now. You are added. Hunter.
What time is it? 20 past?
Dave, you are most welcome to come join. It's in 20 minutes.
You need to add it.
Yep, you've got to you've got to be following me, so I'll check in my app if Dave Lovett is following me.
The most famous person in my contacts.
Dave Lovett, you were added.
Bon. You need to follow Von. I'm all out of tokens to make you wins.
Neil Batsford, let me try. Yes, you follow, you are added.
Hey!
Need to save changes. Hopefully that's come through, guys.
Apple TV, it depends what Mac. Apple TV 4K is a really good option for Zwift. For a single purpose, just works machine. The soundtrack is coming from Bass Rebels, which is a free-to-use source of music. Thankfully. Woo. I really don't even need to be in this mode, do I? There.
What are you doing?
I'm just doing 250 erg.
It's like I picked the best workout randomly anyway. 1.2k.
What was the last cycling product you bought that you had to pay for? Cycling inner soles.
Yep.
$160 worth.
Sweet.
Oh.
Don't forget to drink.
Thank you. Zwift setup expensive. I've got a decent PC. No, not really. Depends what you've got. If you haven't got a bike or a trainer, yes, it can be expensive.
Near outdoors. The next one is the 3rd, so you've got 15 minutes. Give or take a minute.
Haircuts. Probably twice a week. Just blade. I don't shave my head. What time is your meetup?
9:30.
Okay, cool. And who knows where this route's going to end.
Yep. So we've got a kilometre to go.
I'll know Paul when I put them on. I haven't put them on yet. Those inner soles. I like a decent arch. So these are customizable. G8, I think they
This
are.
may even finish just here at the...
No, you've still got 0.9. That wouldn't surprise me if we're given an early...
Wait, gotta get some screen caps.
I'm not going to count that as a fail because I don't think that was a thing.
What?
Whew. I'm on the Stages bike, Von's on the Kicker bike.
I'm on the kicker bike tonight.
Yep.
It's very comfortable. So for me, there's the banner up ahead. That's 500 metres to go.
That's your workout banner. Oh.
You can see the end.
Oh, okay, on your
Oh, look how weird it's gone. Let me get a screen.
You've got to hang it sideways. That was on yours, not mine, though. Oh, I don't know.
It's because I think my other banner was interfering with it. So there was double bannering. Eric bannering.
Chopper. It ends at lap banner, okay.
Yep. I'm ready. We'll do this.
At least we're going to have a crew for the last one.
Yeah. Anyone else want to join? Let's have a look.
Best advice I've been given. Mostly to shut up.
Maybe reread that before you hit send or post. Hey.
Okay, so the meetup is done.
Meetup is done. 16
And the
minutes.
workout continues. So,
Yep.
my advice will be in my tips video I'm going to be doing on all of this. Is if you're going to be selecting a workout to do during a group meetup, make sure the meetup goes for the same duration as the workout. Workouts aren't distance based, they're all duration. So you need to make sure the workout people are selecting. And we now do break out of that mode too, so I will be dropping Von. But the question is,
Hit Together's gone.
so do we need to get the Zwift banner? Oh,
Yep. Where's the next one? Is that your gate or
Z.
is that...
no, the Z up there
Where's the Z?
on the top.
Oh, so we have to go down and up.
Yep.
Alright.
Alright. We'll turn this one around, it's working okay for us.
Yeah.
Except for my little over and unders that are just about to come up. No badge yet. No.
Hey, Mr. No Friends, I wouldn't even bother getting an additional bike. Just get a direct drive trainer and then use your flat bar road bike.
I had to make sure your username was actually that, or if one was just being nasty. So it was just
Have no friends. No. Oh, you're always going to get ahead of me because your power intervals
yeah,
are
actually,
much
yes.
higher.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I can't steer away
No,
to loop back, or I
That's
won't get
fine.
the badge.
all good. You can just have a hard workout.
Bang, that lets go of the resistance straight away.
Yeah, for the intervals, that's nice. That's very nice.
More power, bam.
This should be good. If I can see other people on the route, I should be able to give them kudos now too. So we drop down, climb up, and that should be the route.
Yeah, that should be it there.
Should be your route badge.
NVIDIA voice, yes, that's what I'm using right now. I have it on around 65%, so
All right, everyone.
it's not working too hard. I've got to be doing 400 watts across the line. Sorry, 450. What?
Just skip it. Skip it.
No. Committed.
Get ready to snap it. Get ready to snap it. Wait for it. Uh-oh. Where's your route badge? Uh-oh. Oh no. Where's our route badges?
Max is 8.5 months.
No. Where's my route badge? Alright, here's my badge. Let's see if I get it.
Is there a secret underground route badge crew who know what's going on with route badges?
See, this should pop up now. Oh man. I think we've got another 10 minutes to work out where the route badge ends. Alright, what's the next point?
Yeah, Vaughn will get it, not me.
No, didn't happen. I didn't get it. Didn't come through.
This is 6 train,
Yeah, where does 6 train in, peeps?
which is 7.5 k's long.
We're now at 9 Ks. Yeah, just break out of the...
Yeah, okay, so that's the workout mode that I was in for our meetup. That works well for what we did.
Yeah, that was good. Good try.
So
now we have to work out where 6 train route ends.
next banner.
Do you know just... Or are you just saying? Because the next banner, according to this, is sprint banner.
This is crap.
Several
Carbs, how we doing?
kilometers going.
So even a bad workout is at least a ride on the bike, which is better than being on the couch. So we always take that from it. Even a failed Lama lab test on crappy hardware. It's frustrating if I've got things to do or things to report on, but it's still a workout. So I'm trying to be positive here, Vaughn. Is it working?
6 train, I'm trying to look it up. Go.
Just ride, don't worry about it.
Okay.
3k. I don't want to miss out on the next ride.
Perhaps.
Yes, bizarre one, isn't it? If I zoom out of the mini-map, can do.
The lead in is 0.4.
That's as outy as it can get.
No, it should have already closed. Should have already finished.
Badges, yeah, looks like none for me tonight.
This badge doesn't look like it's going to happen.
I've been badgered.
Yep. You sure you did select it? So
My confidence is shot. I have no idea what we're doing.
Has anyone else gotten the 6 train route?
Clockwise loop according to Zwift and Strava. So what did the meetup put us on then? Our invitation's still open, Von.
Yes. Who is requesting? Live to code. What's your Zwift name, mate?
You need to be following Von. Hang on, I'll pull up Von's screen. So... That's me, that's Von. There's Von's name. Yeah, you've passed definitively. What's...
Yeah, no, everything's saying 6.4 with 0.4 lead in.
So Von, that's... Hang on, and which one is the high line?
Yeah.
Cool. I don't know, I'm trying to figure this one out. Had a long lead in. The meetups should be the same as being dropped in. I don't know. Anyway.
We just keep going till
Username, bang bang.
perfect. I'll try adding you in.
That's bizarre.
New York Highline.
Yeah, so 6 train reverse. That wasn't what we selected, so the meetup is backwards. That's suboptimal. I have other words for that, but I'll leave it at that. Looking forward to the next ride. If anyone's joining us along, that should be a bit of fun. Don't expect a badge, but we'll have a ride.
Might try for it.
We'll see how we go.
Meetup is in 5 minutes. Any other takers?
We're doing the High Line, 11 kilometres. Could be 22 kilometres. Could be the Uber Pretzel. Bit of a roulette wheel.
It's whatever Zwift says it is.
No, well, technically.
This has been my frustration for quite some time.
MW, check out gplama.com. Second link along the top there is my power meter guide. With every power meter that I've used, where they go on the bike, what type, and whether I give it a that or a that. Single-sided power meter for a beginner would be just fine. Cheap, they work. Just to get your head around how to train with power. 5k lead into the high line. So we're not going to get that badge tonight either. Wow. Right, this one off. Yeah, well.
We can always just change right now. So
We're not changing anything because we've seen what happens when we change things. No. At least we know this ride's going to work. We'll just keep it. We'll keep it sane. So currently Twitch, 58 viewers on Twitch. Welcome along on Twitch, the more superior streaming platform. If you're not watching on Twitch, well, stay on my YouTube. But if you just bump over to Twitch and have a look at the quality, it's a little better over there. Just the way that service operates. Facebook, we have 16. Welcome along, people from Facebook. I'm pretty quiet on Facebook. I put things up there, but it's not my home for the GP Llama stuff. And over on YouTube, we have 256. That's my home. Welcome along, everybody on YouTube. If you haven't hit subscribe, please do that now. It supports both of us and keeps the channel running along.
coffees. Appreciated those this last week.
I've had a few donations of super chats this week, which have gone towards coffee money, which we appreciate. But Twitch, yes. Shout outs to the Twitchers. You know where it's at. YouTube really do weird things with the with the stream. It's just the way they operate. It is what it is. At least we've spent the night on the bike. Neil, that's
100%.
how we're looking at it, mate. Now, my question is, why haven't I popped up saying to join Von's ride?
Same. Should I exit? Since we're not going to get the route anyway.
Bum bum
It
bum.
starts in 2 minutes.
Starts in 2 minutes. Stand by. Loading. Yeah, why haven't I got... I've accepted the ride, have I? Events. Pending. Oh. Going. Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I've got a load screen here. That was our... Everything's going completely south. Alright, cool. Here we go. So my Strava feed's going to be flooded. I'll get a ton of unfollows on Strava for all of that.
Dwayne, I think you're right. Yeah, because I'm doing the workout, it might be causing a problem.
Can anybody tell me what's really weird about my screen?
Oh, we end up.
I've been dropped into the official start pens by myself, but at least I only have to ride between 5 and 1 watts per kilo rather than between 1 and 5. That's reversed itself. It's just me. That's a... Wow, we're 2 or 3 from 9 tonight, are we?
I think we're the Zwift tester teams now.
I've enjoyed the chat. Better start planning Max's 18th birthday. Why am I in a pen?
Yeah, where are you? Me and my mates are up on the high line. Get out of there.
That's the everything's gone south line. Okay, end ride. Let's do it. Save and exit. Okay, why did I end up in a pen? I have got exactly 1 minute to restart Zwift and join. This ain't gonna be fun. Come on down. If I rock up on that start line, I'm riding at my FTP for the whole... No, I won't.
Yeah, me and my mates have rocked up.
So everybody be joining Von for the ride. I have 38 seconds to log in.
Right, you can't. Okay.
This is just completely...
30 seconds to go. Chance. Guys, I don't think I've got it on keep together.
No, this hasn't got keep together.
So, you'll have to either ride with train or catch it in.
Okay, I'm going to skip parent controllable. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Did that mute? I hope it muted. Fuck it. That was... Sorry. What the shit is going on tonight? I'm sorry. Everybody enjoy your ride with Von. I'll put that up on screen. I will quickly depart this and have a freaking meltdown.
That didn't work out very well.
Welcome to Von's live stream tonight, everybody. If you haven't just tuned in, what a waste of...
3Ks. If we continue with this route. Thanks, guys, for waiting.
Just you ride.
Hasn't quite gone to plan with the whole meetups tonight. We had some success, some failure. The first one worked pretty well. Managed to get through a route. Second one didn't give us a route badge when we were doing our workout. Unfortunate. It's the third one. I'm hoping that I get a route badge after 11 and a bit Ks.
Is New York a selectable route today? I'm just not going to be on screen for a bit.
No, you'll have to walk back. Then you can join with me. So we're kind of better off to choose things that are in-world. In future. Sullivan's joined us. Nice. Thank you so much. Nice work, Andrew. Hard-earned badge there. Oh, I want to kick a bike, so it is tilting me up and down. I feel like I'm on my nose. Nice work, guys. Big grouping.
Mac's still asleep.
Yeah, better check that. Chicken is still in the hatchery. That's good. Awesome. Got my posse here.
Yeah, I'm out. It's Von's channel now.
Okay, thanks, Shane. Thanks for building that channel. Oh, where did everyone go? Why am I going a different route?
Karma, right there.
Okay, thanks, bye.
Good things, bye. Love it's chasing you with 6 watts a kilo just hang back.
What happened there? I didn't touch anything. What happened there? Cactus. Oh no. Hey, don't need to kick a bike. It does feel kind of normal. Thanks, love it. So it really does help if you've got a big screen in your face as well, showing the climbs and bits and pieces while you're doing them.
Guess who's back? Vishnu, back again. Shane's back.
Join your friends.
Swear again. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Nah, 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 nah. Alrighty.
Thanks, Sam. Love your sense of humour. You gotta laugh though, don't you?
Tonight I'm lost. Do I leave this one up for a replay? I think I will. Reality television.
Like the most amount of...
My most amount of views was when the Saris trainer that I had dropped out at one point. It was a beta firmware or something, and I had to chase on at 360 watts for 10 minutes. Ah, my word.
Alright.
I think my meltdown was actually off screen because I had Von on the screen. I'm okay with that.
I'm sure the things were muted, right?
That was a nightmare.
Sullivan.
Sullivan's back. There we go.
Winner.
Yeah, there we go. Bold Shady. How many subs did I lose over that? Hopefully Von's made up the balance. It's all good.
I need a beverage after it.
What a nightmare. What? The YouTube bosses, lol. Yeah. Look, we did try to push the limits there. So what I was trying to do tonight was 3 rides, 3 meetups, and I knew there was a limit of 3 meetups we could create. And then to back them, but after getting the badge, I assumed the badges were only 300 meters beyond where we needed to ride, not 3Ks or whatever. Von, you didn't end up getting that badge, did you? No. So, yes, no, not quite hand beanie style. That style has changed recently. Not quite that.
That's not fair.
It's the Von Mitchit show tonight for sure.
Winning.
Happy birthdays in chat for Von for yesterday.
Yeah, it was my birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, Von.
Thank you.
Subs for Von.
Snaps for Von.
Yeah, the difference between YouTube and Twitch is like Zwift on medium and Zwift on 4K, isn't it? And it's the same source. Same settings. There we go, Von.
Yeah. Zwift cake. Yeah.
What's the go with the dreaded right-sided? Paul... There's a full report on the Shimano stuff that I've done. It's all up there. Australian Idol, no. I just want meetups to work, that's all.
We are on the highlight.
We've selected the high course, but...
I don't know if it's going to work.
Put us off course, but I put Von off course before.
Oh, because I mean, this isn't even going to happen now.
Happy 21st, Von.
Thank you very much.
Manicures. There we go.
This is still saying 8.2 Ks with me, as you can see on the screen.
I'm happy to get the extra at the hour and also. That's good.
Yeah.
So, we will go... The plan tonight was to get 3 route badges, and in the middle meetup that we were going to do the group workout together. Yeah. No outside rides at the moment, Patrick. We can. This is not Highland. We know. We can ride outdoors, but no, most of it's been indoors recently.
Do you think it's so buggy that I'll give you the right badge anyway?
You'll get the Uber pretzel. Magnus M2, would you benefit from a cheap power meter? Yeah. Wheel-on trainers tend to drift with heat and need to be calibrated or zeroed, or sorry, spun down every ride to be accurate. If you've got a cheap power meter, single-sided, anything that works okay, then you'll probably get more consistent numbers out of that.
Yeah, Sullivan, I think that's the same issue that we had last for the previous meetup as well. We're doing the right route, but again, in reverse, so we get the rapid edge. So I don't know, it's putting us in reverse.
So we just don't do meetups. We just normally select the route and ride solo together. Does that make sense? Yeah. I dropped the bigger F-bombs.
It worked
Von's got the what bomb?
into the other one. So we did Road to the Sky the other day. And that was fine. And we just did the first one, that worked. Except for you.
Yeah, it's a bit of hit and miss, I think. No, Twitch Live should still be on. I think my status screen says 86 viewers on Twitch.
No. So at this stage, I'm just going to complete the 7Ks and call it a night.
Yeah, we've been going for about an hour or so.
Yeah.
That's all good. If you have any questions, fire away. I have this chat up for both of us. Von's in a better mood than me at the moment. Usually it's hardware that I'm going off at. Funnily enough, this hardware that I'm on the stage, it's been fine.
Yeah. Riding outside, it's the person's choice. If they
It's
want to do that here.
not irresponsible. It'd be irresponsible to crash and take up any medical resources. That's the way we see it.
Yeah.
I have a couple of power meters I need to go out and test, but it's not. I'm not going out doing my Creswick loops
Or a
anything
group
like that.
ride.
Yeah, or group rides. No. No, it's not large numbers of people on Zwift. No, we were just trying to bend it in weird ways. This should have worked and just didn't. I have a power up, because I'm not in the group ride. I had to world hack and get myself over here.
You were supposed to be on my ride that I'm leading. You can see my little
Where are you?
head.
Stages bike, still undecided. Yeah, we don't know. I haven't put the Stages bike through the full Llama lab test. That's coming soon. Any guides on bike position setup? No, it's something I really haven't gotten into much. I've done all my own bike fits mostly throughout my racing career and even now. And it's a whole art form mixed with science. It's a bit like coaching. Someone says one thing, someone says another. It gets a bit nasty. And there are other people out there more experienced in that area, so I'll stick to the things I can fumble around with, such as braking software and not getting route badges.
So we did a little tally today. We had to create a spreadsheet. This is how hard it is to find the route badges and to collate them. So
Yes, Sam, happy with the Omen, sure.
I'm ahead on the route badge.
Von has so many more routes than I do.
I love ticking off a challenge. Keeps me motivated on the ride. But I've been doing this for a little while now. And I'm so frustrated with these lead-ins, lead-outs. The route doesn't have the right Ks on it.
We've lost you.
Makes me angry. Makes me angry.
Alright. Twin screen. Jewel, there we go. Right on. Let us right on. How far am I ahead? I am.
5Ks to go.
So I've been running for an hour and I look up and I've done 8 minutes, or 4.2 Ks, 8 minutes.
Staying home. They say it's the new normal, but it sure takes some getting used to. So here's to the homeschoolers, the home alone.
entrance. Raining today, guys. Well, not here, but it's outside. Morning Q, morning Rice Cooker, morning Ian, morning Agnes, morning Mick. Morning Nicolo. Now this was a bit of a surprise race. Morning Ruben. Morning Chris, morning Niels, morning sir, morning everyone, morning everyone. It is a rather interesting combination, isn't it? Yeah. I've only got one pair of everything up here, so some stuff is still like drying. Morning Ali, yes, very well, thank you. Very well, thank you. So, the after party, hosted by Indoor Specialist. We got some tasty opposition here. Morning Stephen, hope you're holding the fort back in Flatley. Yeah, we have some tasty opposition. Heart rate monitor on. I've had my little warm up already. Just done an hour. Drying from the wash, not drying from sweat. So, not much to say about today's race, apart from you know what, yeah, that hill at the end. Just moving some things around. Oh, nice, Tom, nice. I don't know if it'll be going. How big was your group when you did it, or do you do it on your own? Fair play if you did it on your own. Oh, Leo's in this race. He must have joined really late. Because I saw the start list yesterday. Yeah, Apollo's doing it. Yeah, I saw the start list yesterday and I was like, ooh, there's actually a race with a hill finish. I know there's nothing else. I mean, really, technically speaking, it's going to be a fairly easy race until that last hill. So, and you'll know that just like on the weekend, I need to make races hard. So unfortunately, this race won't be hard in perspective until the final hill. So it'll just be whoever can put out the highest watt per kilo over 5 minutes, 10 minutes basically, from a fairly fresh state, which is not necessarily my forte. Indoors, it is quite good outdoors actually. But yeah, that doesn't mean we can't have a bit of practice against some of the top guys in Zwift. That's another reason why I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it to basically give myself a damn good kick in, basically. Yeah. Give yourself a damn good kick in. Like Sufferfest. You're gonna beat your ass today to kick someone else's tomorrow. No worries, Kieran. DJ, yeah. It did a little bit, didn't it? Oh, T. Armstrong's in there as well. Yeah, there's quite a few indoor specialist riders. They've decided to populate their own event, obviously. Yeah, that's right, Tom. It is, isn't it? It is basically a 10-minute power test. So, in a way, it's good. It's a good test for your own fitness. I'm interested to see how strong these other guys are, because I've not raced against them in ages, have I? So yeah, getting all the excuses out of the way. That's never ending. But yeah, it's oh, morning Simon, morning Mike. Just picking up on the ones I've missed there. Yeah. My H2O power for 11.5 minutes was, I think, 435 watts. You gotta remember though, that was dead fresh. That was dead fresh. And yeah, that was like the peak of my, you know, the peak of my build, the peak of my performance. So the drawback of that is that, you know, I'd rarely ever come near that unless I was 100% focused and committed on executing on that goal. Hence why it seemed so outrageous at the time that it was possible to do like 7.3 watts per kilo for nearly 12 minutes. But it is possible. But it's not attainable every weekend. So like this race, we might be able to do, you know, let's say 7 watts per kilo for 6 or 7 minutes. The difference is obviously being able to do it for those extra 5 minutes. It's like another realm, basically. And the funny thing is as well that once you've done it once, it is generally easier, so long as you're not talking like, oh yeah, I did it 10 years ago. As long as you did it relatively recent history, you could in theory do it again. Yeah, 1080p for your viewing pleasure. Is that the maths, is it? 380, 385? I don't know what they're going to do up here, to be honest. I mean, it's going to be, I know that first bit is quick, innit? You guys probably know it better than me. Tom, you know it definitely better. You've just in it. So, yeah, it was pretty, I'm guessing it's pretty fast into the bottom bit. So you kind of, you have got to press hard, but not hard. And then it flattens off a little bit, doesn't it? And then that's when the final ramp is to the finish. So I'm guessing you break it down into like, if it's a 10-minute effort, you break it down into like a 3-minute effort, a 2-minute effort, and a 5-minute effort. Am I kind of in the ballpark there? I'd probably take less than an hour this race, won't it? With the flat start. Yeah, I reckon it'll be 400, won't it? Well, if it is 400 for 10, then that'll be a good PB for me. It'll be a good PB for me at this time of year. Indoors. Indoors. I think I'm going to stay with 50% Wahoo fan resistance. Oh, we've got a rider in this race that I follow. And I don't know who it is. I think we'll soon find out though. We'll soon find out. Hey David. Edmore t-shirt is coming. Yeah, it's all damn, Philip. All down. Alright. Let's get to it. What did Rolly say? Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Yeah, the razor block is here. Oh look, Freddie Hunt's here. I like this undraftable power up. Should I keep it? Is that what burrito is? I think it is, isn't it? Undraftable. Ooh, it's strung out. So shall I get rid of it then? Shall I get rid of this burrito? So I eat it. What about who, Carthy? He's on this race, is he? Oh, he is as well. Jeez. Who? Lie to me, I'm not racing with you in ages. Alright, got it, Nick. Cheers, bud. Your Carthy's been dropped, so it's not exactly, I don't know, maybe this is his first ever Zwift race. He was an absolute machine when I built. Absolute machine. I'm actually glad he's got dropped. Oh no, that's unfortunate. Right, we're on it, we're on it. We're on it. Tell you what, it's nice to be in a bunch like this. Sending the guy up the road. Oh. Just the one Zach. Chest strap. We've got Fleeman sitting here, Gardner, Dempster, Grant, 2019 USA Zwift champ. Got them all just sat around here. Epic. Leo. I was going to say Lionel. Yeah, you're right, exactly, wasn't it? And the group's not even that big anyway, kind of 50 riders or something. Yeah, madrazo. I'm getting madrazo. That sounded a bit Asian, that did. Sorry, boys. A little bit of a breather, yeah, 3 watts per kilo. Yes, my chat so far is civilized. Well, thank you for that. I think, to be honest, a chat works when people only really need to say something. Especially when you have as many as Cam does. Because, say if I'm going for the win, you guys, start typing furiously. And I love that, I can see it and stuff. To be fair, it moves quite quick. But then, Cam's is like all the time. And you just can't read it. Well, you can, but I'm getting old. Well, it's more chat at the minute, right? But yeah, I anticipate though that a lot of people don't want to comment because maybe they're too engrossed in actually watching the race. I don't know. It's different audiences, isn't it? So, some channels have a younger audience and they just type like 1,000 words a minute. And they're just got to keep talking, you know what I mean? Funny, there's a lot of big names sat at the back. Is this how they write it? I'll have to make KOM Hunt TV a mod as well now. I'm Phil. Hey, hi Australia. So, I can't even remember now. Like Joey Walker's here from Vitus. Beck, Hodges. Yeah, so. When does this climb start? Where's Lord anyway? Where's Lord when you need it? Oh, there he is. I love it. Yes, George, I've seen Armstrong. T. Armstrong, who's riding off the front. Just going to move up a bit. Who is it? It's just an indoor specialist rider. I doubt it, Ali. I doubt it. I got a full alliance with like Gav Dempster. Really good bloke actually. Met him at the we don't mention it, but Zwift British Champs. Don't mention that. We form an alliance with him. We'll have to form an alliance with. In fact, Leo is the only canyon rider here, isn't he? Is he? Yeah. So he should form an alliance, I've got. Yeah, in fact, Freddie will, won't he? Yeah. Me and Leo are looking at each other there. It's getting spicy. Who's going for front? It's a big move. Morning, John. Yeah. I just saw you. And I logged on and I just spawned right next to you. So, it was nice. Singapore, beautiful place. Beautiful place. Race around the F1 circuit. Pretty surreal that was. At night as well. And we had start money. Oh. And we had like the best buffet at any race ever. Yeah, Niels. We raced the Singapore Crit. Oh my word. What an event that was. What an event. This is why I always say, like, oh, I wish I'd started like documenting before I did. Oh, definitely, Tristan, definitely. It's like some of these places I went to, Japan, Korea. Like Singapore was just absolutely nuts. We went there for 4 days. And there was just a team of 5 of us. Every day we just rode like up and down a cycle path. And like didn't do anything else. And we just raced 2 days before we left in the evening, not late at night. And then flew out. That was it. Cheers guys. Thank you. It's coming, isn't it? Look at Scott, KOM TV. KOM on TV. Look, stirring it up. We spoke about it the other day, about the kicker bike and how it would really help someone like myself, like prepare for outdoor hill climbs. And it'd be a purpose-built machine, obviously. Yeah, John, tactics of today is to sit, and then watch the big names when they decide to hit it. Goodness knows when that will be, but I think my attitude today will be not to make it hard myself, but let other people make it hard, and then see what happens. If it's not made hard, then I will make it hard. Cool kids out the back. Okay, is there any data on Zwift power? So who's got the lowest average at the minute? You're a big help. Everyone saying hi. Hi. Charlie says hi. She is deep in student work. It's very stressful. It's more stressful than Zwift racing, guys, so if I was you, I would just Zwift race. What am I like? Am I like upper 4, am I? Yes, I'm quite high. Jeez. 5.7. Oh, nice. So I'm slightly lower. Good. Good. That's all right. Not bad. Why are you sending me bananas? I'm scared a bit of like not pressing, because I just end up at the back all the time, and I'm just going to slip out the back. It's actually really hard. The faster it goes, the harder it is, I think. By the way, I had a nice coffee before I started this, so that's probably why my heart rate is high. Well, high, yes, I know. Let's take the joke, let's take the mick out of that. Move, getting away again. I'm at full again, Zach. And the man is made of Weetabix at the minute. The Joey Walker laying it down. Watch out for the hill climb chant. By the way, for those, if you're in this race and you're watching this stream, or if you race this race and you want to watch it back using my stream, then just know that I don't reply usually to comments because I get a little weird glitch that comes up on my new keyboard and it blacks the screen. I don't want that to happen during a race, so I'm apologising now if I don't reply to and that I seem arrogant, because I don't mean to come across like that. Yeah, the black box did, yes, that's the one. Now Zwift isn't in full screen, which because it's connected to this really old TV. It's a bit, dimensions are all out of whack. So if I put it full screen, it goes well off the screen, and don't worry, I've tried sorting it. So no. There's some smack going down in the chat. God, I don't know, no one in the front group knows how to climb. And Joey's saying everyone's a climber on Zwift. It's funny. It's great, I love that. It gives you that dimension, like, you know, in real life, in a real road race, it'd be the same thing. That would be the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's not my TV though, so I'm not clear how it works. It's like, must be about 25 years old. Yeah, maybe Lord. But that was like, that was a long race, wasn't it? And it was like, whoever had matches left, I still didn't win it, obviously. I blew big time, but yeah, I remember that one, Mick. I remember that one. I'm glad you remember it as well. I'm on TV time. It's called the mum and dad attack, because you get on TV for your mum and dad. That's what they call it in the real world. The mum and dad attack. About 10k now for the climb. Okay, so we're doing good. Yeah, peace, Dan. Peace. Sorry, I can't reply. That's a bit of Welsh there from Kieran. Right, power-ups. Let's have them, please. What's going on here? Stop mucking about. Okay, here we go. Power up. Power up. Power up. Power up, gods. Power up. Ah. Is there another place to get power up, by the way? I know, Mick. I know. I can chat with them, but it's just too much effort, you know. I'm talking to you guys. and then I have to talk to them. That's the last power up. Okay. I need your input of where to use it now then. Yeah, it's a race. So what we're saying, like, this power up, should I use it at the top of the climb if I'm on a wheel? Or should I use it on that middle section or the first bit? Would that make it slightly easier? What do you reckon? Love that, Robin. Love it. So, if the pace is hot at the bottom, and it's like that shallow gradient, shall I use it there? Just so I can get sucked through that first little bit. It reduced the length of the hill by about 30 seconds, right? Well, reduce the length of the effort. You guys? I'm going to make the best of this power up. Remember the other day when Devon beat me in that sprint? He actually had an arrow. Damn! That could have been a tasty finish. Hey, Bella. Yeah, that's the order too. I'm not racing a BC race, Ed. This is me done today. After this effort, I'm sure it will be the end. Alright, we've only got a couple of K to go now. Clock's ticking, guys. How many we got watching at the minute, guys? Let it be known. That's as close as we've ever been to the front. The whole race. Hello, 204 of you. Yeah. Ed mode incoming. This is where I'll probably be able to hold a good watt per kilo. And then if any attacks go, I'm just gonna have to do that diesel thing I do. It won't look very pretty, I have to say. Stress level increasing. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, very true, guys, very true. Yes, all 200 of you hit that like button. That's all you need to do. Just watch and hit the like button, that's all you need to do. Fans on full pelt. Nice one, Sharpies. Cheers, David.
Is this it? This the climb? Guys. Cheers, guys. For now. That's still flat, guys. Still flat. Yeah, well, there's nothing I can do really. I have to go there. Too fresh. Too fresh. Zwift, make these races harder. Jeez. Let's have some 100k races. So, what happened there is basically I'm just dead fresh. Dead fresh. Day off yesterday, straight into this today. Can't perform. Can't perform. If I wanted to perform, I should have done a heavy session yesterday. I don't have to explain that to you, but it just caps me. It just caps my physical ability. So I'm fine on the short stuff, like when I launched, not that it was really a launch, it was kind of pathetic. But when I do the longer sustained stuff, well that's it, Q, like it won't suit me tomorrow either, like it'll wear people down, but still the effort's far too short. These are far too short for me. So look at the graph. So look at the graph. Yeah, well, Zach, I've not got that. I've not got the big snap. I'm only explaining this to the people who are new here, because it looks different from the outside. So I can go from winning races to getting my butt kicked, but it's horses for courses. Everybody suits different things. If this was I could have trained yesterday, I could have raced, I could have softened myself up yesterday, and then I could have trained this morning. I could have done 2 or 3 hours this morning to get myself in a tired enough state, because what I want to do is stop my heart rate from going up. That is the limiter.
as soon as my heart rate goes up, the breathing and everything, can't control it. That's just not the way I respond. The stimulus from an effort like that doesn't work for me. So even a short effort like this one now, like I thought the climb was going to be harder than that. I've got to be honest. Like when you guys said this is the flat section, I was like, I thought the flat section was earlier, and then I looked at the counter. We were like 2k to go, and it's only then we were actually hitting any sort of climb. So like 2k is like 5 minutes, and if like we've only been riding like 4.5 watts per kilo for the last like 45 minutes, that's absolutely nothing. Like there's no fatigue there whatsoever. So when you do one big effort like that, it's basically whoever can punch the most, like the raw power to get it out and just to do it. If we were to race, 100k Zwift race, and it would take like 2 and a bit hours, even that's not long, but 2 and a bit hours, and we went over these climbs, the difference would be a lot greater, I think. And I think as well, for me, because after like 1,000 kilojoules of work, after 2,000 kilojoules of work, if you can keep your 5-minute power as close to your fresh 5-minute power as possible, that's the magic. Same as your 20-minute power. So when you come to these races, it's basically who can just do the best ever 5-minute power or best ever 3-minute power, whatever it is. When it comes to doing the 2-hour races, it's about fatigue resistance and who's capable of doing their 5-minute power the same as if it would be fresh after 2.5 hours. And that's the difference then between a 30-minute or 1 hour.
What are you doing today, Roger? Doing over and unders. Those are fun too. Shit.
That's just me today.
1652.
Dustin's in there.
You're welcome to include me if you want.
Yeah, I'll bring in. I can do it without the coast.
Okay.
Right. So, riding.
Make sure my double jersey's on the live stream, please. I'm just teasing.
On the kit, you mean? Yes, I see that. That's what happens when you stay on the course when after everyone.
Hey, shh. Hey, don't tell the secret.
Right. Kind of moving slow. Good morning, Frank. Thanks for joining in. Frank from Frank. Our dentist ready to go back to work, hopefully. Here pretty soon.
I think ADA says they can open up on May 1st.
There it is.
If they follow a bunch of guidelines.
Yeah, I think we're at the same place. I've been watching the same things. People are ready to get taken care of if we're ready. The question is to work with staff.
My dentist called me to try to schedule me on May 1st.
Yeah.
I was like,
maybe not May 1st.
Can I push back a month?
I think that's what we're gonna find with a lot of consumers. A couple weeks.
So the fitness is coming up
That's nice.
for me. Yesterday on the when I went for that KOM with my brother,
Yeah.
I hit my best 1 minute power over the last 12 months. So
Nice.
that's the truck. Can I program it into today's plan? What's my best post truck power?
Post truck power.
The PTP?
Yeah, PTP.
Yeah.
See, people in Zwift, you know, we think the truck is a good thing. In real life, the truck is a bad thing.
They're not your friend.
Not your
No, it works. It works similarly. If someone in front of you has a truck, bad thing for you. If you've got the truck, then it's good.
Oh, there we go. I guess that's... Okay. Fair enough, fair enough.
And I guess, what's the definition of bad? I mean, I did get a brand new bike.
Yeah.
And a new 1 minute power record.
In the last 12 months. Not all time.
It's the long game. The long game, right? That's what we're playing.
So, what are you bragging about then? Come back when it's all
Exactly.
time, alright? See ya.
In 10 years,
See-
when all those injuries come back and you think you've shaken off, then you'll know.
See, what Andy's not saying is I was far from my best 2 minute power when I dropped him in coffee today.
He's tapering. He's tapering for Sunday. He's tapering for Sunday. Leave him alone.
I was trying to work out. You were probably doing about 180 watts when I got dropped. You hadn't even hit the hill yet, so.
This is a true story.
I play a good teammate and allow him to sit in, and he gives me grief.
I did appreciate you guys making that break. You caught you right in the hill.
I had no intention of going up the hill. I was like, I'm going all into the bottom of the hill and then stopping.
That was obvious.
Between the ramp test and the 20-minute test, Andy, we're going to see if the higher number from the higher 1 minute make it more effective to do above threshold VO2 efforts, and the lower number for threshold and below, if that helps at all. Kind of maybe things up like a 40p. See how much closer it is.
So it'd be good if you could, it'd be good if a training program you could set a percentage, like you set a 105, you're a 105 above, or you're 95% for your VO2s.
Yep.
So it ratchets. So everyone just sets their kind of tested percentage, and then everything ratchets in like 40p does for you, I suppose.
Yeah. I think that's what they're on to. And the eye levels in WKO, right?
Yeah.
Is that what they're called? Yeah.
But got to build everything from scratch. You can't just take a training program and adapt it for you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out of here. I'll come and insult you on a streaming platform of choice.
Sounds good. I'll hear you in a little bit.
Dear God, I forgot about doing this 39 times.
I know. Well, like I was saying earlier, it's somewhere between 9 and 13 that people are going to drop off. So. The mileage may vary.
Speaking of things that haven't happened in a long time, on Sunday, I had a full-fledged bonk.
Full-fledged what?
Bonk.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, terrible. Sweating profusely, my legs wouldn't work. Yeah, it was crazy. And I think it was just because I worked out in the afternoon and I never do that.
Yeah, getting fueling right for different parts of the day, let's say trying to work out at the end of the day, can be super challenging.
I still have TRL full in my legs today, feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a hard ride, man.
Yeah, last week I did a little too much.
A
You
little.
have a tendency to do that.
A little, huh?
I was exceeding weekly TSS by 200,
Yeah.
12 or whatever. It's not that bad.
When your coach gets flags, texts, emails, hey, you need to call this person. Are they okay? Make sure they're still alive.
Get on a plane to London, stop this man.
Right. Up. Right, if you just joined in on the stream, got something like, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 6 riders here from TYDZ, 7, Justin's here, doing workouts here, a lot of us doing the same ones, a couple different, but getting everyone motivated and on, and getting some work done here early Tuesday morning for us.
One common denominator is we all hate Jason.
Yeah,
Boys.
pretty much. Yeah, by the end of the hour, usually. What are we doing? Is this right? I don't think this is right. Hey, I'm here. Suffering the same. All the same.
Except you don't have to listen to yourself, so you're not.
This is true.
Ooh!
This is true. This is true.
We love you, Jason, except we don't.
Oh, something is going on crazy here in Gatwick. I just took off at like 50 kph.
Oh, I saw that. Oh,
The rubber band broke or something.
that's weird. You just joined in. Drop a message, drop a comment. Let us know where you're tuning in from and what your last workout was. Oh, this is definitely hard at the new number.
Alright, here comes my first 8 minutes.
Here we go.
Yikes.
Talk and eat minutes.
Stay on my back, or I will attack. Stay on my back, or I will attack.
Joined it specifically because it was supposed to start at midday, but it's not. It might have been a glitch. So I feel that bad now, to be honest. But then the jersey was like a second thought. We were like, what if I was able to have a jersey? Because when I was under 23 British Road Race champ, I had a British Championship jersey, but we never had one made to kind of commemorate it and to celebrate it. So this kind of fills that gap, not just with the British Hill Climb, but also for the under 23 road race, because you know, these you can wear forever. You know, like you see Cav rolling around with the world champ bands. You know, these you can wear forever, and that's something that, you know, it is nice to have. While I can still fit in it. While I can still fit in the jersey. Yeah, Daz. They were talking about that. The time trialists do have high watts per kilo, but they also have a very low aerodynamic drag, which we're not going to get into. But it's yeah, we're definitely going to be. I've messaged them about t-shirts. So do we have to try and get across to this front group, this D group? I'm guessing there's a long way away. They set off. They set off a long time ago. Set off at 12, so it's a 15-minute deficit. I don't know if we get power-ups. I don't know if we get power-ups. Just gonna ping the fan on. That's what the new noise is. Steve's just going over the bridge. What bridge? This is 28 kilometers, I think, this race. Something like that, anyway. It's nice to actually ride in an A group. Morning, Lord. Afternoon, rather. Cheers, Keith. That's really informative. I don't know, what are we saying? Yeah, my heart rate. I don't know, because I've had, this week is technically a rest week. So, when I say a rest week, what I mean is a lower volume week. So, we've had 2 days of riding with still a fairly low TSS overall. So it hasn't really dented me in terms of fatigue or freshness. Yeah, what are we saying? We go in, if you keep an eye on where the D's are when we hit the bottom of the climb. Yeah, apart from rest week sprinting. So this week I've had 1 day on, 1 day off, if you've noticed. And now it's the weekend, I'm going to ride both days as we get back into the swing of things. It's not always a 3-day block. I don't full row for that long enough. Usually around 5-10 minutes. Just a quick one. Yes, Quentin, rest. These are just in the bottom. A nice one, Luke, nice one. Putting in the work. Guessing that's Carlos Verona. Hi Josh. You my little domestique. Someone's gone. Ironically, as it is a rest week, and yesterday was a day off after a big ride, it will take some time for my legs to come round. But the harder we go, the quicker that should happen.
Yeah, let's try it.
Oh no. Charles? Oh. Sorry guys. I've slipped forward off the blocks. Can you slide in there?
I can try for the whole set, yeah?
Ready? I'm gonna hop.
Okay.
Up. Up. Up.
It's
Oh, shit.
sliding.
Camera's gone.
It's yeah, sliding.
It's not facing me. Can't see a thing. Leave it.
Okay. I can do one block.
It's always the same, guys. I apologise.
still see me okay?
One of the cool things about maybe we're surprised to see is we can see. Maybe
You still see me okay? Okay, what's the situation up front? Big boy pants. Cheers, Zach. Let's give him some kicks. 100k an hour is pretty good. Lego! Lego! I gotta do minimum. Well, we're doing well for speed though, aren't we? Maybe not. That group's only 3 riders, so. Cool. That was a big one. This one here. They are pressing on this descent, to be fair to them. We've got to go over the S's now, haven't we? I think we go back over the S's, is that right? I always get confused. I'm really sorry. Here we go. One minute 40 down on the front rider, you mean? Come on, you slow. Ah.
Avatar. Come on. You didn't see that. Okay, keep me informed on the climbing front. Just let me know what he's doing.
Oh, it feels so good. Where is he? Can I tell you how hard it is to do a max effort when somebody's watching? It's really uncomfortable. I find it really awkward. That's probably why I'd never be able to do a VO2 max lab test. .6 for 43 minutes. Must be a PB. Must be a PB. You done a lot? I'm teasing. You're just conking away with your knife and fork. It's also much you guys watching me It's people in the room. Like, that's what I say, I don't think I'd ever be able to do a V2 max test. It's just the presence of somebody just like standing there or sitting there. It's a lot different when you guys are watching. No, cheers, Kiro, I appreciate that. I don't care if if I wasn't going to catch him. I just wanted to have that carrot there. Should we have a look at the graph? Wow, there's 231 of you here. Well, there's a lot of you here. I appreciate that. Right, okay, graph time. Well, actually, let's have a look at the results. Although we've only got the top 11 so far. Awkward. A little bit. Yeah, that's I think regardless of what's per kilo, because it doesn't really mean anything at the minute. Power PBs are all about like, the actual number. And 330 watts for nearly 45 minutes. That's graph. You want graph? Graph. Okay, you've seen enough of that. We get it. Oh wait. We got new riders finishing. Oh, there's Reese. Good job, Reese. Reese is an absolute unit. I just got to give him some love. Oh my word, I'm dripping with sweat. Yeah, so I had to go there, didn't I? I had to go hard on the big climb. I had to attack. No brainer, really. You guys know that. So, let's have a look. Let's have a little look. Yeah, Sutton, yeah. Yeah, the jersey gave us some strength today. We're going to be racing again tomorrow, so make sure you tune in for that one. So yeah, you can definitely see certain, right, you can see the parts where I went all in. So big attack at the bottom, obviously. Heart rate takes a while to rise. Once it gets there, I'm riding at upper zone 4. And it's dropping nicely, just in time for another lift, and then we hold that, and we ride to the climb. So there's short little, plateaus and little downhill sections. So, so yeah. Oh, cheers, Ali. Thanks for the messages in game. It's nice. So yeah, you can see heart rate is quite. You can see that it's quite reactive. So you can see how it just dips ever so slightly, even when we've only just been off the gas for a little bit. It rises again, dips again, so it's not just kind of one straight line, it's always moving. I think this is the radio tower here, so even that short little descent before the radio tower, it drops 8 beats from 170 to 162. So it drops there, and then that means we can spend most of the radio tower in the red. Nice little kicks on descent. I was surprised at those. And then TT to the line, a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. So, yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 watts off. To the line, a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. So, yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 watts off. To the line, a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not a best. 10 more top. Need to line a little bit ragged at the end because you have to ride to those S's. Yeah. Oh, it's not Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. Keep the wide, get right at the end. Keep the wide to the best. Yeah? Oh, it's not bad. Camel top. more time.